All right, hello everyone. Welcome to the EON League. Today we've got the first playday of the second division, and today I'm joined by a new face, somebody who I haven't had the pleasure of casting with yet, but I will do so now, and that is Necris. Hi, how you doing?
Hello. You know what? I'm so glad that someone said it's a pleasure to cast with me because it's always otherwise. Because it's always, I'm great at annoying people, and I guess that's my forte, and I have really enjoyed it. But I will try not to do it to you, and I'll try not to do it to the viewers. But it's an absolute pleasure to meet you, and it's an absolute pleasure to meet the audience. We are in for an action-packed couple of games. Reappearance. What have you any predictions for
Predictions. All
us?
right. Well, let's get straight into that. We'll throw up the first card and we'll look at Evolupa if we get a chance to do so.
Mm.
I'm betting on the other team, which is Adept Club, just because I am familiar with them.
Yikes.
But at the very least, we will get a chance to look at both of the teams. It's going to be interesting. We're in the first play day. There's a lot left
Hmm.
open. There's a lot of chances for these teams to try and prove themselves. We'll have to wait and see how they perform. As there we go. Now we have it up properly, and a lot of familiar faces that I see on this team, but fairly shaky. I'm going with Adept, but we're on Consulate. Anything can happen. This could
Hmm.
be Evolupus map. I don't know. We'll wait when we get into it.
Absolutely. I like that you mentioned Consulate because my God, that map is a complete pinball situation when it comes to anything at all. It may be your map, but you can just throw it, and it can be someone else's map and you can grab it. It's absolutely bonkers. And plus, it's super weird when it comes to the defense side. You would think that the basement is pretty. I have talked about Consulate basement so many times that it has given me an aneurysm. Everyone thinks that's the go-to place, that's a free round for the defense. Not really. I really feel that that hatch game in that map, especially with a very active Oryx, can turn the game topsy-turvy completely. And I am looking forward to some crazy plays over there, and that basement being one of the most contested places out
Yeah,
there.
Consulate's a bit of a weird one. It's a very entrenched map. It's massive in size, but the rooms aren't all that big, so there's a lot of space to try and take. There's a lot of corners to turn. There's a lot of unexpected places that you can hide as well. It's a map that can play out a couple of different ways, depending on how the attackers decide to approach. If they all go together, you can try and waste enough time by just moving around constantly as the defenders. And if they're all going individually, then you can spread around the map as the defender side, and you can just try and see if you can find individual picks and if you can win some gunfights. It's a very strange map because I think it's quite unique in that way because despite being very big, unlike Bank, the rooms are small. There's not all that big space, and there isn't all of this space to try and
Mm.
wallbang. For instance, on Bank, you're not safe anywhere on top floor. No matter where you are, if you get yellow pinged somewhere, you're going to get wallbanged. And that is not the case on Consulate. However, the vert play a lot more important on this map.
Absolutely.
I think you pointed it out correctly, Necris. Those hatches, very, very important.
Yeah. I have been victim to those hatches many times, and I have grown sympathetic to that situation. Usually, a defense side is more of a sigh of relief. You can slow things down. If you are suited to that slow defensive kind of play style, I think a defensive way and generally a basement play does suit you. But my God, are you on your toes? And I'm glad you mentioned Bank because that's one more place which I think that basement is a complete, it's a cluster, absolutely cluster, something, and it's I cannot emphasize on the fact that how dangerous these maps are, that if you get into a point where okay, I have to get this map down or I am out of the tournament, you may not be able to depend on it. So I'm guessing that these teams have all of this in mind and have been quite well scrupulous about how they're
Well,
going
I
to
mean,
approach it.
you do get 4 bans with the current map pool that we have in a best of one format, so there's a lot of choices left open. There's 5 maps that your opponent can try to take you to, depending on what they ban, of course. So if you're really comfortable, if you have a good enough map pool, you have 5 maps that you can go to, and you can definitely pick one of those. You always have the choice of one of these. So, like, you get enough bans to not play a map that you don't want to play. I think all of these teams should be prepared for at least the maps that they're going to in a BO1 format. That's different in a BO3. But in a BO1, like, we're expecting both of these teams to know at least somewhat what they're doing on Consulate, even if it is a curveball, even if it is not their most played map, they should know what they're doing. And speaking of knowing what they're doing, let's very quickly throw up Adept as
Absolutely.
well. So we can take a look at that roster too, because I'm familiar a bit more with that roster, which is why I voted for them. We'll get to the predictions in just a second. But yeah,
Mm.
Kutsa, Damien, Set, Kirby as well. It's a lot of players that I know from different teams. I think let me think. Sokudo, I think, is where some of these players are coming from. So Adept is a roster that I think I've seen before in T4, and they've had mixed performances. You know, sometimes they have a good day and they really perform out of their minds. They have a good run through a qualifier bracket, but then they just fall flat randomly in the middle of a league. And that might be like individual player issues, that might be availability issues. Sometimes they forfeit matches, but for the most part, I feel like they
Mhm.
really depend on the meta. If the meta evolves away from them, they struggle catching up and they struggle adapting properly. And that's a big issue for them. So I'm hoping that they know what they're doing here on Consulate going into this new meta, especially with the current meta. I mean,
Mhm.
we're playing Monty and Vigil Boss G. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
I'm glad you mentioned the Monty actually. God, that I won't be surprised that there are multiple bans on shield operators, both the attack bans being shield operators. Yeah, that's a huge possibility on each and every one of these maps, especially bloody border. I mean, what the hell? If we are playing border in this, and people think, yeah, there's going to be an Ash ban or something like that, or like a Hibana. No. It's going to be shield operators all day, every day, and that's been the meta for the past couple of days, in fact past couple of months for that matter. And I like it because you know what, I've had enough of shield operators. I think I've had enough of Monty in specific, not Blitz is a fun guy. He takes pictures and photographs which you always appreciate, and you get shot in the head later, but that's fine. Monty, always that plant scenario that goes down. I feel if you have a good cooperating team, if you have some good communication, I think Monty strats never fail. You will always get the plant down, you'll always get that site control in a matter of seconds, and it won't have anything to do with your team messing up, because it will just be Monty coming in, going out, and tanking all the ammo and nades on
Yeah,
the
all right.
shield.
And with that, very quickly, let's also get into the predictions to just look at what some of the guys behind the scenes and, of course, you and me have voted for. I see that you're voting very far away from me this time, Necris. I think we're opposed on every single map pick today.
Mhm. We are, and I'm wondering who will come
Somebody's going to
out
win.
on
It
top,
has to
because
be
I
2-1 or
am
3-0 or something. It
somebody's
can't
going
be
to
a
win. Yeah,
tie. One of us is going to win today.
absolutely, absolutely. And I for one support underdogs overall. So here, Evolupe, yes, I am in. Evolupe, I'm your supporter. If there is one supporter on earth, that's me. And if there is no supporter, that means I'm dead. You get that? That's Evolupe for me. You guys can keep Adept. You can go on with the winning team, but I will be there for those who no one is for. And I will be there until the game starts and they lose, and then I'll bail. But until then,
Yeah,
I'm
until
there.
that moment. Well, I mean, you say you're rooting for underdogs, and I guess you are voting against me. And if anything, I am the establishment when it comes to the EON League. But who knows? Honestly, once again, it's the first Playday. We don't really know how these teams are going to shape up against one another. And I'm
Mhm.
kind of voting on gut feeling as well. I don't know too much about these teams either. So we'll just have to wait, as we should be able to get into the first map now. And we should have consulate bans coming up.
Mm-hmm. Consulate. Any ban predictions here, your appearance, that you are going to be surprised by? Like you mentioned the Monty, so I'm not going to be surprised by Monty, but anything surprising that you could look forward to?
Surprises. Well, I mean, the Monty wouldn't be a surprise. A surprise that I'd be looking forward to is something like a Florus or maybe a Grim. I feel like that could be a band that comes out. But the first one, very box standard. The Dokubi getting taken out, even despite the new change to her phone calls only coming out every 45 seconds. Still very powerful operator. You
Mm-hmm.
can roam clear everyone at the same time. If you call, you don't hear anyone. You know that part of the map is completely clear. And the second band that comes out. Those are both my current attacker mains, by the way,
Absolutely.
when I'm playing Siege. So seeing both of these banned out, it hurts my soul a little, but there's a reason I'm picking them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm glad you are aware of the sins you're committing. And I'm glad that you have had some time for penance. So if in a way, if anything, let this cast be penance for you. Let you know what, learn other attack operators. There are going to be other attack operators going to be played in some broken way, I'm sure. So yeah, let's go for Blitz. Why don't you play Blitz, man? I feel like every Monty player is craving that Blitz speed, that 3 speed boom 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 kind of thing.
I'm
So I
Oh no,
wonder,
I'm a year
don't you
one
get
Monty
bored of
player. I'm the
Monty
guy that
ever?
stands in the corner for 2.5 minutes yellow pinging everyone. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm not a blitz player by heart. I usually when I play blitz, I open up a single doorway and then I immediately get shot from 3 different angles. So I'm very unlucky when it comes to blitz. I just happen to run into a lot of enemies at the same time. But you were speaking of curveballs when it came to the bans, and my god, these defensive bans are curveballs.
Mhm.
The mute I can understand
Mm.
because I mean, it counters Deimos. It's potentially a counter to anyone that might be scanning or phone calling whatsoever. I mean, Dokubi's banned this time around, but still, it counters both
Yeah,
walls and information gathering and roam clearing. Mute at the moment is very powerful, so I understand it. But what is
absolutely.
that Cav ban? Evolupa deciding to get rid of the Cavera because I guess they just want to run into the building and not drone anything? Like, you're kind of telegraphing the play here.
I think I may be wrong on this, but I think both these teams know each other, and that the ban for the Caviera is, I think, a comfort pick for Adept Club. That maybe they are picking Cav as something that they're super used to, and they get a lot of momentum on it. It may be a player preference that they just want to ban out. That guy may be ridiculously good, maybe. And speaking of ridiculously good, I mean, IQ just getting shot, 33 health. He started it off with a couple of scans here and there, but my God, did that not really help him? 33 health. Always, if you start out on the attack side with a low health operator and you have a lineup of 5 versus 5, you feel you have I mean, nothing's really changed until like everything changes, because that operator, if that operator goes down, that is more information for you, because with operators like IQ, they always roam together with the rest of the team. So it's going to be like at least one player with the Dokkaebi, sorry, the IQ, and it's going to give away positions. So wherever he dies, there are other kills to be had.
All right. Well, very close was Helix to try and find one of those kills, but he expended his C4 early, so he didn't have a chance to try and use it now, as he now is falling back down the staircase. So it looks like Evolupa trying to get themselves back to site, just giving all of that map control over to Adept. So Adept should now be able to, with about a minute and a half in the round left remaining, they can now start playing vertical. They can get rid of this Kite Claw, which of course Set does very well. They should be able to get the wall open. They're clearing all of the utility. The IQ even pings the Valkyrie cams, so no C4s should be coming out off of info. So Tutis downstairs is going to be flying blind. Deimos might be going for a swing here. Kutsa,
Oh,
he gets himself
that's a
killed. The Syrup
shot.
is finally able to open up the round. And that is the first kill to happen about 2 minutes into the round. So very slow going here, but it's a very good defense for Evolupa, but they are bleeding HP here.
Leading HP, they are. That demos going down really hampers their potential for getting any side control. And this verticality, I mean, it's great, but you don't seem to be getting anything out of it. People are just dodging. That's one of those disadvantages of having a RAM, because you know that if there is a RAM on the upper floor, and my God, that's going to be a trade off right now. Okay, the kite goes down, but so does the thermite. You're down one breacher. That has to count for something. The sledge is at 8 health, a sliver. If he gets shot in the leg with a coin, he will die. And it's 24 seconds, 23, almost out of time. They have to make something happen, or otherwise they're just going to lose on time. A Red Club has finally gotten possession of that diffuser. Are they going to do something here? Everyone's on the distu, but I was holding angles. My God, the diffuser plant is going down, but someone's going to get shot somewhere, and the attempts are there, but it's not going to work. The last minute diffuser, no, the drop, it happens in 1 versus 3. My God, the defenders, they collapse around Evolupe.
All
Take
right,
round
solid
one.
defense, wasting a whole lot of time and then getting themselves into a man advantage. And from there, all they do is just trade, trade, trade. Yes, they allow Adept to go into an execute, but they do it under their own conditions. They do it in the conditions that they want Adept to be in. And so Evolupa, very good at, just putting together a coherent defense, not overstepping anywhere, not getting themselves caught out, for instance, by that Deimos who was out on the roam clear. He had to do it all by himself. He has no Dokkaebi to back him up. He has to do the roam hunting all by himself. You could bring a Jackal, but ultimately, I think that the value of the Deimos is a lot higher because he's bringing that revolver. He has better secondary utility. And just the secondary shotgun from Jackal really isn't enough to make him worth bringing, especially because Jackal is quite easy to counter. I think that Deimos is a lot more annoying because you're getting that direct live ping. Yeah, it's only you that gets that ping, but it's a lot more up to date than the Jackal. The Jackal has a lot more space to try and move around, to try and just make yourself somewhat thin on the map so that you don't get cornered anywhere. And with the Deimos, that's a lot more difficult. But Evolupa have done a good job of just sticking together, making sure they don't overextend anywhere on the staircases. They just shoot utility, fall back. And then going into the execute, they do it under their conditions. Is exactly how they want to start off this map. And with the second round already, Emiturm is going for a spawn peak. So you can see that the confidence is immediately kicking in after that first round win.
Yes. My God. And really, the riskiness of this play may really pay off, especially with the operators that you have. I love the defensive lineup here. Like the Warden, there's a Valk, and there's a Smoke. People are going to be moving out. There's a Bandit. You're just going to be spreading apart. No one's going to be like turtling in the site. There's not going to be any passive play here. There's no scope for passive play. Now that they know that there is a lion, oh God, they will be they will be looking for an alternative way to play. Not really give away position, but keep the pressure on. The same way they did in the first round. Let's see if they
All
can
right,
pull it
Win
off
has
in the
some
second.
live information onto Helix downstairs, but there's no one around to try and capitalize on this info. He's just kind of sitting outside and watching a drone, making sure that he doesn't go anywhere. It is live info, but it does bleed you a whole lot of time. So at the moment, just top floor being contested for the most part here from this attacking side. And Connor decides to fall back as there we go, Win finally. He gets himself in the building off of his own
Whoa.
information. He's able to get the first kill. That's what you're looking for. And now that you have vert control, that Buck can start making a mess down below. And he actually gets himself a second.
He's getting more, but the trade-off comes up to this. He finds one, but dies in the attempt. Damien picks that up. So 2 versus 4 right now, and the defense kind of crumbling. They are going to be making the way slowly but surely into the meeting room outskirts. There's pings everywhere, right? But at this point of time, there's no great mystery where the enemies are. It's a great mystery of how you're going to be able to pull off this defense. Everyone's working different angles, and there's this Capitao, this Grim. Everyone's going to flush you out of the sight, man. There's not going to be anywhere to run, and it's going to be very, very difficult. So maybe the prudent way is to just move out, take some aggressive peaks, and maybe thin down the numbers for the attacker side. Right now, everyone's slowly but surely taking their time. Even the attackers not being too hasty, not running into situations where they'll get outpeaked. So they've made into the side. The flash comes out, a complete flash on the Capita. He has the crossbow out, a couple of shots. They do hit the Flores behind him. The diffuser is going down. Will they be able to stop it? Not likely. He is the fire is still there. But my God, Kutsa, he finds syrup, and the C4 and everything. This turns out this is closer than expected. White corner.
No
He
way!
has gotten 2 Nitrocell kill, and what a clutch! This guy is insane. Oh my God, that Nitrocell and that cap can trap. Yeah, the question marks absolutely right here. Reappearance, my God, what the hell happened?
It's round 2, Connor. You can't be doing this early. Come on, man. Oh my. What a round. What a clutch. This was all Adept. All Adept. The whole round, they were able to find the opening kill. Win was able to convert that into a double kill. They got complete vert control. They shut them out everywhere. It was a 2v4, and then Connor just decides to throw a C4. A Capcan trap goes off, and finding that last kill from down below, all Win has to do is deny the counter defuse. All he has to do is deny the disable, and he's not able to do it. He exposes himself on that vert angle too long. Connor capitalizes because he's not missing a shot today. What a round.
My God. You know, those games that just started, and if we're going to be seeing clips like these, I don't know how long I'm going to last, man. I'm going to be like probably fainting by probably the second game or something, because this is getting insane, man. I thought the Nitro Cell, I knew that was going to maybe stop the plant. We will get one, get one kill, and that would be enough. Okay, you stop the plant, but again, you're 1 versus 2. It's not going to work. But you get 2 nitro cell kills. Your Capcan trap kills one more guy, and the other just runs into you and gets shot. Unfortunate for them, but a great play for my man Connor over here.
Absolutely. I mean, he's already carrying his weight. That's exactly what you're looking for. So Evolupa go up 2-0. This is already, I mean, let's slow down. We're in a tech pause, so that momentum might cool off now. Connor might give a chance to, steal his nerve, maybe get some of that adrenaline back out of him because he's probably shaking after that one. I mean, I would, I would be, and the entire enemy team would be shaking, but not because of the adrenaline, because of fear. Because my goodness, what a round that was from him. But uh, let's slow it down here because despite this impressive performance out of him, it was a clutch, and we're only in round 2, and they are on the favored side on Consulate. I think that the defense is still expected to go into a 4-2, maybe even a 5-1 half on Consulate, depending on the bans. And I think the bans here, you took out both of the current like big meta ops on the attack, and the defensive bans are a bit questionable. So I think that defense is very strong at the moment. So wouldn't go out of my way to say that this game is over already. I think that Evolupa is basically just matching the performance that they're expected to, but it has to be like a big mental thing for both teams. Good for Evolupa, bad for Adept with this really big clutch coming in. That has to get into everybody's head now.
Absolutely. It's again, that's I think something that we rarely talk about. It's like it's morale, you know. It's if you lose like this, it tends to kind of get you into a different headspace. That what the hell, guys? We had this one. What happened here? And then the next round, when you die, the person who is going to be spawn peeking, if that person dies, already the last round's hangover is going to be there, and he's going to keep blaming himself. My god, oh, I died again. And that happens, and just bam, 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 the dominoes go falling, and it's painful to say the least. But I have to say, I'm looking for how Adept kind of come back from this, maybe this ditch that they've kind of started digging themselves in.
Oh yeah, Siege is. I think there's a skin in the game, like an esports skin from, I think it was Team Order. They used to play in like I think it was the Australian, like Oceania League,
Hmm.
quite a while ago, and they have a skin, and it says on it, it's 95% mental. Siege is entirely a mental game. It's all about momentum. It's all about mentality. It's about having the confidence to swing, not being
Absolutely.
overconfident to walk into an ambush, and not playing so passive that you stop playing to win and you start playing not to lose. Because playing not to lose is exactly what loses you championships, what loses you big tournaments. Something that I like to point to ever since SI24 is phase. They went all 5 maps. They were on match point. They were up like 6-1 against W7M. Oh, sorry,
I
I'm
like
hearing myself double.
that's crazy, man. You have an audience already. I have.
Clones of myself. My secret project has been leaked.
No, I was gonna. Oh no, 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 no. That was gonna be a bit to the south side now. I was gonna say that, but you know what? If anything, uh, I'll tell you something from my personal experience. The appearance. When you don't have friends, maybe clones are the only friends you will ever have. And yeah, so hey, I would like some clones, man. I'd like some clones. That's what I do with a clone. I'd make my own 5-man team, and then I can't blame anybody because it'll all be me, right? So
Only have
yeah,
yourself to blame in that case.
absolutely. I only have myself to blame.
Yourself. Yes, yes,
Myself to
yourself.
blame.
Yourself.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of it. I feel. I think at the end of the day, even in these games, probably there's going to be an IGL probably yelling his head off at someone like, we could have won this, but it's your fault. You could have done this better. You just didn't do it. Bandit sucks or something like that. But no, that's not how it works. Speaking of how it works, reappearance, I think we are getting back into the game. I'm getting news from headquarters that the information has been posted, and soon enough we'll be in. What do you think Adept Club need to be doing that they haven't done so far?
Honestly, I feel like they already have shown us how to play an attack and how to win it. All they have to do now is close it. They have to go like take the last 2 steps, which is just defend the post plant. They got into a post plant situation. Yeah, that C4 is unfortunate, but why is a person, as the plant is going down, walking into a Capcan trap? Like, check your doorways or just don't move. Your guys are planting. You don't, like, why are you sprinting around getting caught in a trap that you're not aware of? You have all the time in the world. It is only one guy left. The moment you find out where that guy is, you can converge on him. But at the moment, I feel like just stay where you are, right? If that risk is there, if the Capcan's in play, if it's late into the round, don't do this. So that's exactly what Adept need to do. They need to make sure they have the diligence, even in high intensity moments, even late into the round. They need to make absolutely sure, and they need to be certain that they don't make any silly mistakes, because that's exactly what cost them the previous round, and it's exactly what's costing them rounds in general. So if Adept can rule that out, I think they have a decent way forward, because once again, honestly, their attacking push on top floor was very coherent. They pushed together. They had one guy down below who was like opening up the round, yes, off of individual play, but the moment they had it, they capitalized on it. Win pushed deeper, immediately got a vert kill, and then they started trading. Once again, both Evolupe and Adept have done a good job. The moment they get man advantage, they start pushing that advantage and they start trading their way to success. Because if you're in a 5v4 and you keep trading 1-for-1 you're going to end up winning the round in a 1v0. And speaking of man advantage, Connor, after that beautiful clutch, immediately opens it up with a C4. And that is the blitz off of Repel gone. That is the main point of entry for the side of Adept immediately taken out. So I'm eating my own words as I say that they've done a good attack last time.
I mean, yeah, Blitz dying. I don't know. I recently heard of someone just entering a door and getting shot from 3 sides, and it seems like almost history writes itself. My God, man, Helix. Okay, if this guy is it's just gonna be Nitro Cells maybe. Evolupe is like the Nitro Cell team, and you know what? Adept Club is then killed by Nitro Cell team. You, till now, I count 3 kills by Nitro Cell, and it's probably gonna get much worse. There's a Pulse, there's a Valk, both of which you have nitro cells, so there's not going to be any dearth of nitro cells. And these guys have like super vertical control. These guys know where they are. The pings are going out. Everyone is waiting for some peak to happen.
Wait.
And my God,
You can see it in the top right. Evolupa have brought 5 C4s.
Yeah.
Everyone is on C4s. It is like, I thought the ward might be on a shield or something. Maybe the Capcan is bringing some other form of utility. No, they're all bringing C4s. I mean, it's working for them. You can see it, but my goodness, that is a committal to the utility.
Absolutely. And you know what? It brings this thought into my head. I think strategically, this I'm well prepared for this to be a meme. Okay, I completely prepared to. Okay, speaking of memes, Damien gets Connor. Finally, this meme has died. Connor no longer will get those C4 clutches. But okay, one more ping goes down. He just runs and Damien gets one more. And that's a 3 versus 3. He has equalized this round as of now. And the Valkyrie, he's searching desperately for any information that will help them kind of even the odds here. And oh God, it is getting closer and closer. It was so good. 2 kills for nothing. The Pulse detects one person upstairs. And okay, so he has information enough to say that there is someone upstairs looking at site. And okay, is getting the diffuser down. Will he be delayed? Yes, he will be. Okay, Adept. Okay, fine. A lot of trades come out. Helix, he kills 2. 1 versus 2. The diffuser has not gone down. It's going to be 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Are you going to get it down? No, it's going to be shoot gallery. 0. He's planting it. He knows, but oh my God, that was a desperate attempt. And Helix, he will clutch it again and reappearance. It's 3-0 for Evolupe. For my boys. Looks like your prediction's in trouble, my friend.
Well, once again, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but you are right. You are right. I'll give you that much. They've had a really, really good start, and my goodness, what a beautiful denial from Helix on the site. And very quickly, I do want to appreciate the Ram going for that stick. I absolutely appreciate it. Pros do not fake. You gotta stick that plant. I know that there's 2 enemies right next to you. You have 0 seconds on the clock. You have to stick this plant. There's no way you're surviving this. There's no way you're clutching this. But what if the enemies both swing at the same time and shoot each other? You know, you never know. Always stick the plant. You have no idea what slim chance you might have of winning. If you don't try, you're not going to win. So just stick it and take the death. It doesn't matter. The statistics don't really matter in a custom game, right? It's not going to be added to your rank KD, so don't save your KD. Try to go for the clutch. it doesn't matter how hopeless it looks. So just big appreciations out for that. And very quickly, we really need to speak about the setup because Evolupa is doing it again. There's another 5 C4s on the board here. Last time around, they got 2 entry picks with the C4s. Both of them have obviously gone untraded because with the C4, you're not even directly involved in the engagement. You're not even fighting. You just put down a piece of utility and you blow somebody sky high while you could be across the map. So they've done a really good job of finding the opening picks. And once again, both these teams are very good at converting man advantages. And Evolupa have just decided, guys, if we just get man advantage without even putting anyone out there, without risking anyone's life, then we can win every single round. And they're doing a good job of that.
They are doing quite a good job of that. And I think Ray parents, there is more to the meme to that C4 pickup on all 5 operators, because I think, with a team that keeps running at you, what better way to stop them than just chuck C4s in their face? I think, the proof is in the pudding, right? Every single time it has happened, every single time someone has tried to make an entry, like that blitz in the last game, just gets blown up. There's no need to engage him. There's no need to trick him, kind of dodge his flashes. No, just bomb him like this. Emitum gets one more, and another Kirby just goes down, and just C4's raining. This verticality is working against you. Ram, my man, what are you doing? You think you are safe? Who's locked in here with who? This is a big question. And my God, there may be a couple of low health operators on Evolupe, but these C4 kills just seem to be coming in.
Once again, opening pick with that C4. It's really, really well done by Evolupa. And they gave a lot of control over early. They essentially forfeited both second and first floor and allowed Adept to come in because they wanted to use these C4s. But you can see Tutus, he's out and about again. He's back into Visa. He's getting yellow pings onto some of these opponents, I assume from the Verts and maybe even from some of the Valcams as the IQ was blown up quite early. So maybe this time around those black eyes are hidden a bit better. And with a minute on the board, Tutus can just wait, hold off, and just give himself an opportunity as Syrup is going up to top floor as well. So just this big flank for Evolupa that's being set up at the moment. They're completely forfeiting sight to try and collapse onto these attackers.
Oh my God. And the Adept is finally getting some control back on this map. Both the low health operators have gone down, the Warden and the Tubarao, and now it's 3 versus 4. Again, the advantage that Evolupe just seems to be starting with. They slow, but then these 3 operators, now this is the situation where it always goes wrong, but no, this time Jetsi, he gets one more kill. So it's 4 versus 2. The diffuser has finally gone down for the first time in all these rounds. Okay, kill. Okay, set up. Just gets 2 versus 2. He's evened it out. 36 seconds on the diffuser. Is there anything more he can do? The Valk is down, so it's effectively a 1 versus 2. Will he try to get him up? Are they waiting for it? Okay, the drones just everywhere, single place. And now the Grim, the bees, they have picked him. So they know that this person's right over here. The bees are letting him know, but no, there's no hope as of now. It's 15 seconds already on the diffuser. Will he be close enough? There's one person keeping that angle and the shots come out. The tracers, they give away the position, but he changes it as fast. And well, that's finally a round for Adept Club.
They were able to close the last 2 meters to the finish line. That is exactly what they weren't able to do in round 2. Adept, they get not just into a post-plan situation, but they're able to just exfil. They're able to get out of the building, hold it from longer angles, not try to challenge. You know it's only Syrup left. The other guy was injured. So just play the 2v1 to your advantage. Don't give him any individual gunfights. Don't allow him to get back into this. Don't walk into any Kapkan traps. That's the most important thing. Absolutely. And so this time around, finally, second good execute from Adept. But this time around, they also have the conversion. They don't allow anyone back into this round. They're able to hold the diffuser down, lock it down, absolutely make sure that they're just playing their win condition. And this is what I'm finally waiting for. So now that we're at a 3-1 scoreline, Adept have finally put a round together, and I feel like they have been putting coherent rounds together, despite what Evolupa has tried to throw in their face, both in a very literal and in a figurative sense. We could look at a 2-4 split. And that wouldn't be all that bad for Adept because they get to go to the defense next.
Yes. And I mean, I just realized something that, okay, till now, there are more kills from the C4 than guns. You don't necessarily always come across this, but you know what? That's what makes this game so fun. And okay, Adept finally finding this time, Adept finds the start kill. That's a good start. That's what you need. No more shenanigans. And you pick out the one operator that can really be a problem. Helix gives a question mark, setup, picks up ZC. There are some trades, but the C4 threat is down significantly. There's one less C4 to worry about. And well, the rest of them, they're still there, but not everyone has been that successful at doing it as much as Connor or Helix. Let's see what happens further.
Well,
Well,
there's one
Lauren,
puzzle piece gone to that execute. Zed is dead. That means the Amaro won't be able to play a role into this execute as very quickly. There's some flashbangs coming out, some Candelas to try and push into this. Emiterm, he does have his goggles up, so he won't be flashed by that. But there is a blitz. That physical obstruction will force him back no matter if he's blind or not. And he gets caught at the wrong time. He goes down. Syrup, able to trade with the smoke canister, does finally find Kutza. But everything is happening as the execute just unfolds in front of us. Win finally gets himself a bit of control inside of Connector. But what do they do with this now, Adept?
I don't know. Anything could happen. It's anybody's game right now. The smoke canister is going down. The diffuser also going down. Let's see what happens first. Oh, there's a C4 kill. There it is. Adept gets a trade for it. But Damien, it's going to be 2 versus 1. He needs one good shot on the diffuser while it's planting to really delay this and make this game much more viable. Oh, that peak could be very, very bad. And it is. Kirby goes down. 1 versus 1. Tutis. He is going to be against a 22 health Ying. Who does this favor? I'd rather say the bandit, but he got shot quite a lot. 54 health on him. Both of them are pretty low, but one bullet is going to take care of this Ying very, very soon. Let's see what happens here. Is this Ying going to get anything done? He just hides behind that sofa, and that bulletproof capability of that table just seems to be better, but no! Tutis! He hides too long, takes no risk, and pays for it. And that's one more round for Adept.
Oh my god. Tutis, it was a very nice attempt at a 1v2 clutch, potentially, as the diffuser was off in the middle of nowhere and the Grim was stuck on the window having to go for a peek ult by himself, but he didn't wait for Win to try and stack up with him. So that was very dangerous there for a moment, but Adept able to clutch it out just about in the 1v1, as Win does have a bit more ammo, does have enough time and enough capability to push himself forward, and he doesn't let that bandit get away, so all he can hide behind is that little desk, and yeah, it's bulletproof, but the Ying can look over it. It's only crouch height. As long as you can get yourself close enough to that desk, you can swing right over it, and you can find that last kill. That's what brings Adept over the line into the second. I really liked how they were going for an aggressive mid-round execute. It was almost shut down. A lot of very good counterplay from Evolupe, both the Warden as well as the C4 from down below. Once again, they are so good on these C4s and also on the smoke denial that kept everyone at bay for Adept and really separated them from one another, which allowed some of these gunfights to fall in favor of Evolupe. But ultimately, Adept just able to overcome it with raw numbers and able to do it in the 1v1 as Win just had more bullets. That bullet hose really coming in handy in that situation. And Tutis playing a bit too passive. I think he would have had to get a bit more out there in that 1v1 to try and find anything on the Ying. Try and play to his strengths instead of hiding behind a desk. But hey, what can you do? Round is over. We're on to the next, and Adept find themselves at 2. So Evolupe really want this next round to at least win the half here because, once again, this is the favorite side. You want to go at least 4-2 on this split.
Absolutely. And while I think maybe there was a lack of information on the side of Tutsi that he didn't know the Ying was that low. Because if he knew, okay, ZC just disconnected, and my God, some way or the other, Adept Club always finds themselves in a disadvantage to start the game with. And right now, 4 versus 5, without a breacher, I have to say, this could be a very, very big problem. The appearance.
Yes.
What the hell do these guys do now? Just run in, hope for the best, flash, flash, flash.
I mean, it's always unfortunate losing a player to something that's not gameplay circumstance. So we set off the board. It's essentially like you're playing with a spawn peaked player. The problem is he can't even watch cams. You can't even put him a flank cam down. So you just kind of have to attack without him. I think your best option is probably to just throw a Hail Mary, just push with Kutza quickly, see if you can find somebody, and just very, very, very fast go for some sort of refrag to essentially trade the kill onto the player that disconnected. And if you can do that, you might have a chance to get yourself back into this matchup. The problem is, I don't think Evolupa are going to allow this to happen. Once again, with both these teams very good at converting man advantages. So as long as Connor doesn't overpeak here, it should be very difficult for Adapt to gain any significant control, because Evolupa will give them a bit of space as they push forward here, but I don't think they're going to give them any kills, at least not for free.
Well, the flashes are going out and the blitz. He's trying to make his way in. He knows it's now or never. They have to make some way into it. It's 45 seconds on the clock. And will they be doing anything more? Okay, the blitz is right in front, but the Legion, he is taking a brave battle here. And that may not necessarily turn out to be a battle. Everyone just runs away. But you know what, reappearance? Better to run away than die and leave your team at a much worse of a disadvantage. And well, speaking of disadvantages, Blitz does go down. One more C4. Is this going to hit the mark? Not likely. It's dangerous. Okay. Okay. He's picking up, but at the same time, Tutis picks up Kirby. So that's a pickup, and at the same time, another shot. Just people getting shot everywhere. Adept finally fighting back with something. 3 versus 2. It's 9 seconds. The diffuser is going up. Oh! Helix. He gets 2 more C4 kills. I am telling you, reappearance, C4 kills are still king. The guns aren't as effective as these kills right now. The defenders, they're using ammunition in a different way.
Well, what did I talk to you about in like the pregame? What were we talking about at the beginning? I said Consulate is a big map, but small rooms. It's all about that vertical play. There's so much verticality on this map, so many hard walls, which leaves all of these small little entrenched rooms. It's difficult to take control horizontally. It's easy to get control vertically. And Evolupa is absolutely abusing that at the moment because unlike Bank, where you can wallbang everyone, but you don't have any chance to play vertical at all, this map is all about that verticality, and these C4s are so powerful. This utility is so well placed.
And these guys, I mean, it's easy to say that certainly, like, there are some things that could just be remedied, and yeah, just don't die to C4. It's that age
just
old
don't
question.
die.
Just don't die, man. How there's a CS player called Scream, and he's known as the Headshot King. And back when there's this meme going on that he was on stream and he was playing, and a viewer asked him, "Hey Scream, how are you so good at how do I headshot like you?" And he just says, "Just aim at the head, man."
It is that easy. It's quite
that
simple.
easy.
I mean, it's not easy. It's simple, but not easy. That's the important distinction. It's not
Absolutely.
complex. It's not something that's hard to grasp. That doesn't make it easy to do. There's that difference.
But that's the funny part. Just don't die to C4s, but how do you not do it? And I wish there was a playbook for that, because you know what, I think in a very weird way, reappearance, that you've trained so much as a team. You're always trained versus like good, let's have some good peaking habits, let's have a trade habit. Let's not just go in 1 versus 1. We are 2 versus 1, so even if I die, you take my trade, and that's general good practice. How do you use any practice versus C4 kills? What do you do? Oh, I can't walk on the floor. How do you remedy lack of information with better gameplay? It's hard to do it, especially when the team has your number. And it seems like Evolupe just seem to have their number every time, no matter what kind of situation they're in. Unless they completely throw their bodies on them, there is no way these guys are getting any kills, and there is no way Evolupe is not getting C4 kills.
Yeah, and that comes back down to the information game, because these C4s wouldn't be happening if Evolupa had no idea where to throw them. This can't just all be off of game sense. They need to be like communicating something somewhere. There has to be a yellow ping. There has to be a Valcam somewhere in a corner that's definitely spotting out all of the players on Adept. And they're doing a really good job of that. And the problem is Adept are not finding the denial. Adept are struggling to find any counters to it because they themselves are lacking information. So it's just a trade-off game of intel. There's not enough drone work, I think, coming out from the attacking side. Of course, Adept now move on to the defense, so let bygones be bygones. But for the next time, drone more, be aware of utility. They tried bringing in IQ, and even that IQ was C4'd early to leave the Valcams up, to leave the C4s up. So what are you going to do? You brought the counter util, and you still died to it. So at that
How,
point, it's just
how does
about
it?
who stands where. Don't let the IQ go in first. I guess that's really your only adaptation
Yeah.
in
The
that circumstance.
operator, the operator that sees gadgets dies by gadgets. My God. Uh, Life is full of those little ironies, I think, dear parents. And I think that irony has finally caught up with Adept in their couple of games. I know I'm hoping that they too employ this strategy, because if we have seen anything from Evolupe, they are aggressive too. They're going to run in too. So the only difference here is, are you as good at using C4s as Evolupe was?
That's going to be an interesting thing to find out because honestly, Evolupa have played in terms of the information game on a level that I haven't seen in a while on console. They are absolutely primed and ready with every piece of util. Yes, they're bringing 5 C4s for redundancy, but like 3 of them get used and find a kill, and the other 2 stay in pocket because the round's already over. Like they are using every piece of utility really, really well. They've barely wasted any of their C4s, and even when they waste them, quote unquote waste them, they do quite a bit of damage and open up a vert hole that the attackers then have to worry about. So like every piece of util has been so well placed, and these Valcams have found so much util because once again, it has to be down to the Valcams. This can't all be blind info. It has to be off of the information they're gathering, and we know they're not bringing any bulletproofs because I see 5 C4s in the overlay. So it has to be the Valcams. So I'm
That's
curious to
true.
see if Adept are able to match that performance because at the moment they're getting blown sky high.
Oh my God, yes. I love the again, this game is just pure comedy for me in a way. Like, oh, there's no way it has to be the Valcams. Why are they the Valcams? Because there's 5 C4s. There is nothing else that is gonna it's too ridiculous to even fathom. For even an analyst to break down what the hell is happening here. I mean, I don't pity you. I really, 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 I feel bad that you have no real answer to what they're facing, because usually viewers, they come to us, okay, let's see what the analyst has to say about this, and the analyst will be coming up with some like crazy complex option, like, maybe this operator would be better, and if IQ goes through like the second floor entrance or whatever. No, just don't die to C4s, guys.
It's, once again, I mean, and that shows how strong Evolupa's strategy is that they're employing here in Consulate. Because I mean, I can give you the
Uncounterable.
answer on what they're doing, but as to how to counter it, good luck, Adept. Good luck. That's all I can tell you. Go in the building. Try not to get blown sky high in the first 5 seconds, and then maybe see if you can like shoot the Valcam, deny info, maybe going down below. But the verticality is so difficult. Once again, it takes ages to get any map control in Consulate. It is a massive map. All these rooms are tiny. You fight for every room. You're gonna spend 15 minutes just clearing the whole map. Like if you were to try and clear every room one by one and it was contested by the defenders, which under normal circumstances of course it's not, but if you had to like flush players out of every single room and do it one by one, you I think Consulate is the map where that would take the longest because there's so
Yeah.
many tiny rooms, there's so many entrenched positions, so many power positions to play around. And on top of that, they're playing these power positions 1 floor down, like 5 rooms apart from where the attackers are, and just blowing them up through the ceiling. And that it's so difficult to try and give you an answer on a counter for that, other than maybe like I don't know, just don't stand on soft floor. If you're gonna stand on soft floor, maybe bring a Thatcher, EMP it to make sure no C4s come out. But even then, you can still die to timing. The Thatcher is not a great counter to C4s. It's very situational. So all I can give you is to just try and stop them from even throwing the C4s. But for that, you have to get in down below. You have to basically take the map from the bottom up, and that's also difficult to do.
I think I have a solution. I have a crazy. I mean, it could be completely, absolutely stupid, but pick Nook. Pick
That's a
Nook.
decent choice. Yeah.
Go the opposite way, right? Let your team, 4 people, just do the usual stuff, right? Try to execute a certain side. But the Nook, he just keeps playing the distraction. You find there's a pulse on the opponent team. He finds the Nook. He uses a C4. But voila, the Nook died. So the rest of the team is not with them. So they have information about one operator definitely, and that is 4 versus 4 effectively. That could be more space created than currently. because right now they're dying in the same position as their team is, so they're not really gaining any ground, so to say. So maybe a counter roamer, like a complete, opposite side roamer, not demos, okay, not jackal, not demos. These guys play with the team way too much. I want some roamer that just roams off the map, like, just going like, hello, is my nuke there somewhere? No, yeah, I need like that kind of roam happening, so that there's some crazy information being provided.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to consider with the new changes to the Nook, she only expends her utility when she's, I believe,
Detect.
shooting, sprinting, and so on and so forth. So as long as she's just walking or standing still, that gadget keeps her invisible to cameras for the whole time. And that's exactly what we've been looking for, something to counter a Valkyrie. Because you walk into a room, you get yellow pinged, you get blown up. How do you counter that?
Absolutely.
Well, just don't appear on the cam. If you can't get to the Valkyrie camera without exposing yourself to a C4, then you have to try and get past it. And I feel like Nuke's the best choice for that. Too little, too late for Adept. We'll wait and see. Maybe we'll get some overtime action, and then Adept can look at this VOD and kick themselves for not bringing the Nuke any earlier. But for now, they will have to go to the defense, and it is Evolupa's turn to try and find a solution. Or maybe there
Yes.
even isn't a problem because, once again, different teams play differently.
Absolutely.
Adept might not be committing to the C4 play as hard because it's hard to commit any harder to the C4 play than
Yeah.
Evolupa have done. Yeah, you can't bring more than 5.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Evolupe is very, very like familiar with playing with C4. It's not just about like, oh, it works. It works for us.
Yeah.
It don't work for Adept. They're not that savvy with the C4. Maybe they just prefer gunfights. They prefer, methodic play, great play, but at the same time, they do not prefer these shenanigans. And maybe completely unnecessary for Evolupe to even pull out any strategies to counter it. But well, as you said, if this goes to overtime, well, maybe just maybe we may see Adept pull out Nook. I hope they do at least.
It'd be nice to see that sort of adaptation coming in. Also, very quickly, just since we're on the desk and talking the whole time, there is currently a rehost going on. We've had another issue with a player. I don't know if they just weren't able to get back in, but um, what matters is that we're redoing the lobby, so everyone's getting back in. We have most of the players in already. We're just waiting on a couple, and then we'll get right back into the action. We basically have somewhat of a half break to try and talk us through some of the strategy, and we've had a good look at just how Evolupe play their defense. The problem is, I feel like I'm kind of running out of topics because we're starting to repeat ourselves, and I want to see how Adept play on defense, and we need to see at least one example to know what their baseline is, because Adept can still turn this around. Once again, a 2-4 split is nothing to scoff at when you're on console. 2-4 is not bad by any means. You can definitely convert like a 7-4 or 7-5, still a regulation win off of that. You have a few chances to try and mess up, of course. You technically get 3 lives now on your defensive side, so that chance is there.
Absolutely. Well, that would be great to watch if there was a game to watch. It's quite unfortunate that I think the lobby is just getting like disbanded and made again, disbanded, made again. There's some technical issues, and we apologize, guys. But you know what? It's a great time to just keep talking. And I'm enjoying this conversation. It's like just chilling. It's late for me. It's almost, yeah. It's 11:30 p.m. for me. So late night talks. Oh, speaking of, yeah, yeah, okay. I mean, great. I was talking about talking, but I guess the production team doesn't want me to talk. You can do the game. Okay, I fine. Let's go to the game, guys. Don't want me to talk. These guys, man. Thanks.
All right. Well,
I'm just kidding.
finally,
Yeah, finally.
we're back into this. I'm looking forward to how Adept are going to play, and I'm already seeing something shape up that's looking very interesting. I'm seeing a Tachanka and a smoke, so I'm seeing a lot of area denial. I'm seeing a lot of horizontal denial because let's be real, the smoke and the Tachanka, you're not bringing this for vert play, right? There's a lot less C4s coming out already. That's what I can see on the Adept side. I can see the Vigil not being brought out with a bus G, which somehow I never thought I'd say this, but it's weird in the current meta to not see the boss G. Most people,
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you're playing the Vigil mainly for the SMG-12 because at the moment the SMG-12, just because of the fire rate, is absolutely busted. It's why people have been playing the Dokkaebi and the Vigil so much, and the Warden too. Even despite Warden's slower movement speed, that SMG-12 still slaps. It's such a good gun, and a lot of players have even opted to bring the shotgun as a primary, to give up on their primary weapon, to not bring the MPX or the K1A, and to just bring something that's better for utility, for maybe making a rotate, maybe opening a hatch. In the case of the Boss G, it's not really good for rotates, but you can open a hatch with it if you do it right. If you prone right next to it, you get the long angle. You can open it with
Yeah.
one shot if you do it right. So just choosing to bring the utility. Set not doing that, a bit just falling out of line here in terms of the current meta, and decides to bring the K1A, which I used to rip into the Boss Tree being brought out, because everyone would bring it and they would find no impact. They would not get a single kill with that gun. But that has changed since then. I'm a changed man. I'm a reformed man.
Hmm.
I see the ways of the Boss Tree now. I've been cleansed, so to speak.
You've been converted. You're a believer now. You're no longer a
Yeah,
heathen
yeah.
NPX enjoyer. You're a whatever that gun was. I'm sorry, but that whatever that holographic, you know, pipsqueak of a gun was. You're a boss G guy now. Yes. That personality development brought you by the R6 balance team, always throwing curveballs. It's it's always fun to see how it always turns out. But well, it's going to be fun to see how they. There's an Azami finally, and right now Helix dies to Zetsi 4 versus 4. Kirby dies to Syrup. Helix dies to someone else. 4 versus 4. Just getting trades, wide trades, and the vigil. There's still peaks going on here. They're not satiated. I feel like every single time I see some people go down, usually teams kind of take a step back, they kind of re-engage, kind of restructure themselves to kind of go back in. But no, we just want back to back kills. You want to have those crazy peaks all the time, and they don't always serve you well, but seems to be serving Evolupe quite a lot. No C4s this time, so yeah, no one's going to be dying in flashes, but they are slowly but surely, methodically, really going in.
Right. Already 2 minutes off the clock. Not a whole lot of control gained for Evolupa. They've basically spent all of this time just getting themselves in horizontally, and they've gotten control of the most important part of the admin side, which is that little break room, that kitchen, whatever you want to call it. The problem is, from here on, it's very difficult. You run into a big choke point, and you have to try and get through that. And at the moment, you can see Win is already spamming those little firebolts from the Shumicha launcher. And of course, the smoke is alive as well. Damien still has access to smoke canisters, so those are coming out as well. With only 30 seconds left,
Oh,
this is starting to look really difficult for Evolupa.
oh my god, and this is 9 seconds left. They just kind
Never
of
mind.
put it completely in like fourth gear right now. They're running the car off the cliff, and my god, Adept! What? You just, oh my god, it looks so good for Evolupe, but they just ran through one single doorway back to back in a shooting gallery, and my god, it's what?
What? What is exactly right? Because what in the world just happened? I said that Evolupa weren't in a good position. That was a little delayed because apparently I was in the past, because my goodness, the moment I said that, they exploded onto the bomb site and killed everyone. But maybe it was from the future, because Evolupa absolutely throw away their advantage, and another big clutch, by the way, coming out from that same room. It was Connor in that room last time, back when Evolupa was on the defense, that was able to get a big clutch going. He started it from within that little side room on that main breach, and this time around, it was a member on Adept.
No, and well, that was enough. Evolupe slowly losing that huge lead that they seem to have. And yeah, this is the first attack round for them. Not really going as well as they planned. And they're going with the usual picks, the Demos, the Ram, the Ace, the Grim. It just seems like the same lineup being used by this every single person on bank or consulate. And it works. So it's not bad, but you have to execute it to like perfection. I feel like it's such a high demand on execution that it just it doesn't suit the run and gun style that much unless you're like a crazy aimer or something like Bolo, or just just shooting people down hatches with a flick. That doesn't always happen.
It doesn't always have to happen. Sometimes the players just line up for you. Just get into a conga line and are able to get some of these kills. As speaking of kills, Sir is really trying his best to see if he can get this Asami kill through the floor. But I think there's a bit of just hard wall obstruction in the way. I don't think you can get that kill from there. So just struggling a little as first minute is off the clock. A bit of a slower round. Nobody peeking outside the building. Nobody getting themselves killed very early on. So we have a bit of time to just slow our approach. Evolupa just trying to get some map control, making sure that they don't get blown sky high like they did to their opponents previously. I mean, so far, not looking all that bad, getting a decent bit of map control, but at the same time, not really contested by Adept. Adept are happy to just let Evolupa take all of this space because they're wasting their own time up there. There's no one there.
And it's very well played by Adept, actually, not taking unnecessary fights, making them waste time, and holding the angles that need to be held. But now, finally, Demos, he has marked the Aruni. I'm sorry, but the mark, will that bear fruit? I don't know. Don't think so. Everyone's so well protected that I mean, it doesn't work. The mark only works when you have like an entry into the place where the fight is going to happen. So you kind of force the operator out in the openers, force him to like change position. But okay, that was close. That's getting shot through the walls. Azami, they heard the footsteps, and well, that was enough to get like 5 damage. But hey, that's check on that particular angle. So that particular angle, as it's just going to be ridiculous. Okay, Syrup just goes down to Kirby from a long shot, and 4 versus 5. Finally, this game kind of breaks open at 35 seconds left. Will Evolupe do anything to change the current situation? The Ram is hard at work mowing the lawn here. So there's not going to be any more mystery as to what's happening on other floors. But the smoke, they have to wait for it to clear. The visibility hampered quite a bit. They're peeking different angles, but is there going to be anything there? Oh, yes, there's going to be Zetsi. One more kill. But Connor gets back at Zetsi. Damien gets Emmett, and now 2 versus 4. Will they get anything on the diffuser? No IQ. He's 1 versus 4, and it's looking harder and harder. It is difficult. Adept gets 1 round on Evolupe.
All right, another round in the pocket of Adept. This one a lot more comfortable. And suddenly we have our game tied up. So the half switch, I have pointed out, it is a game of 2 halves. It is something you have to consider. A 4-2 is not really all that great for Evolupa, more than it is just an expected half. You're kind of supposed to win the defensive side. So it's on Evolupa now to try and break this trend to see if they can get some attacks over to just hold them over at the very least into overtime or maybe even into a round victory. But they need to change what they're doing because what they did just now in this previous round was very slowly, very cautiously approaching and taking map control. That's not the problem. They've done a very good job of that. And they were able to clear out the entirety of top floor and start playing vertical. The problem is the site is basement, and you've spent about 2 minutes just getting top floor control and making subverts onto first floor, while Adept is not at all challenging you. Adept is just sitting downstairs on first floor saying, all right, guys, you can take control up there. We'll fall back as soon as you drone us. And so they wait for 2 minutes before they finally get droned out and fall back to site. So at the moment, I'm just really thinking Evolupa a bit too slow. But you want to know what I'm seeing, Necros? I'm seeing a Nook.
It seems like I have yet again been, well, accurate to say the least. My God, I'm so happy that Nook. It's my favorite. That's my operator, by the way. This is I usually play it with the shotgun, but I know that that's a meme build. But yes, the Nook, it is required. And what Evolupe, I think, need much more than a Nook is, I think, an entry fragger. Maybe this works, right? They need something to open the map up. It could be an entry fragger. It could be a Nook sneaking up from some place they don't know. And my God, the Nook's heartbeats are visible. Okay, there's one C4. So no shenanigans as of now, but enough motion sensors down. The Nook, I mean, it's going to be a hard time for the Nook to do anything. And this is, again, one of those reasons I'm happy that they picked a Nook. But Okay, the sledge goes down by Damien. I wish they had an entry fragger. Just just jumps in, runs in. They need to pull out a blitz or something, man. They need a blitz right now. If that it needs to work that way. They need to open up some space for them.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. They really need to draw attention here, as Syrup thankfully already dead, getting booted out of the game. So nobody watching cams for Evolupe at the moment, but maybe not too big of a deal as they're down a man anyway. They have to try and push a bit more aggressively. They need to take some space. And once again, I'm seeing them struggle here because they take top floor control. They've wasted a minute 45 and they're just now inside of break. There's a player still challenging them on top floor, and this is nowhere close to the site. They have to go all the way down to Tellus, and even then, if you get Tellus control, that doesn't really mean you can plant because there's a pulse downstairs. However, as I say that, Tudis is able to get at least one kill, so Evolupa put it back into even man count and should now be able to push forward. Question is it enough to just take Tellus?
I don't know if it's gonna be enough. They're already one man down, and well, they're getting kills again. Like 3 versus 3. They're evening it out, even with one player less. They seem to be getting some shot on Zetsi. He finds Helix. So it's just gonna be the Nook and the Ibana. Finally, the diffuser it goes down. So the diffuser's timing at 42 seconds, 41, 40. But okay, Kutsa, he finds Emitter, and 1 versus 3, the Nook. But this is a great time for a Nook. Hide and seek all the time, man. You'll never be detected. Your footsteps are muffled. A defensive place for the plant is right where you want to be, but not if a smoke is just cordoning the whole thing off. He's gonna be fine, and the Nook, he is desperate to make something happen. There's a castle blockade right now, but a jump in, and Damien just jumps from a small place, just shoots the Nook. It's quite unfortunate, but that's what happens.
All right, Damien, very good pickup. Just deciding to vault through, just aggressively challenge the Nook after absolutely cornering that last remaining attacker. There's 3 smoke canisters coming out. There's only one corner that's left unsmoked, and that's when you're going to find your last opponent. So immediately goes and does that. So, hey, very good defensive round once again, and suddenly Adept. I think, if I remember correctly, first time this entire game, they find themselves in the lead now at 5-4. And it couldn't be a better time for it, as we're just now approaching match point, and it's now in the hands of Adept to try and push that point first.
Yeah, and well, seems like they're all out of remakes, and I think it's just 2 people on the side of Evolupe, and I mean, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen now. It's just currently the situation in the lobby is quite dire. Adept, all of them are here. Evolupe, 3 people missing. I don't know.
Well,
Okay,
I mean, so one of the players got disconnected, which at the very least means that we're going into a technical pause. They say that their player cannot join back, so they're requesting a rehost. The question is just whether or not that rehost is going to be permitted. I do think
it is
that we're
permitted.
getting
I think they
confirmation
used
that
yeah.
we're getting confirmation now that it is permitted. So they'll just once again just reset the lobby, set it back up again. So we'll just wait for that lobby to be remade. And we haven't seen that many rounds since then. I don't want to talk to death about Adept. So I think while we go for a rehost, I would consider throwing it to a quick break, unless you have anything important to get off of your chest right now, Necros.
I think there's still a chance for Evolupe to come back. That's what I think.
All right. And with that, I think we'll just throw it to a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The match is still going on. So we'll see you right back on console at the moment we get back into it. And for now, just enjoy a bit of break as we take a quick breather as well.
Faint lights in the distance, the thin line that separates your shadows from my soul. As these walls begin to fall, head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth.
All right, very quick break, and we're right back into it. Just another quick rehost. Having some trouble with players reconnecting because, well, I mean, we're playing Siege here. You can't expect everything to work. So with that out of the way, it's once again just a bit of a momentum killer, which is the most annoying part, I think, about the matchup. But other than that, Adapt currently ahead, 5-4. First time they're in the lead, Necris, and now they have a chance of potentially pushing match point.
Potentially pushing match point indeed. The overtime dream could be possible here. Maybe Adept finally does get to play the Nook in their own way. But maybe, I mean, hell, you know what? With the Nook performance in the last one, it's quite sad to see it actually. But I mean, I don't know. Evolupe just seem to be hitting a brick wall, man. Everything they seem to be doing just kind of falls apart, and I don't know. What do they do, man? Again, give me the solutions, man. Come on, reappearance. A solution.
Solutions. All right. Well, I mean, let's first look at the initial round that Evolupe played on attack. It was on top floor. It was the closest round that we've had in the second half by far, I think.
Yeah.
And it was the most like attacker sided. Evolupe was essentially in a 3v1, 2v1 situation, something like that. The problem was just they ran out of time. peeked the last remaining player one by one instead of stacking up and trying to go for a swing together. And I think that was once again the issue. They were able to take decent control of top floor. They did it in good time as well. They were able to establish all of that, go through all of the burn utility, run through the fire that was put up by the Tachanka, and were able to get into an execute position. So I think the top floor really isn't the problem. This is the bomb site for Evolupa to try and win. This is where they looked most comfortable because they're slow to take map control, but they do it diligently. And on top floor is honestly the least amount of map control that you need to take. All you need control of, in quotation marks, is admin and break. That takes a long time to take control of, which is why Evolupa have struggled with every other bomb site. But here, they should excel. All they have to do is find an opening pick. And from there, I think they can just snowball their way to a victory. And this time, make sure you swing the last guy together.
That could, yeah. Swing the last guy together. I think that is a very, very important note to follow. I don't think any of this works without without this part. And I don't know if Evolupe is going to go that way. They just seem to be repeating, rinsing and repeating, and hoping that same thing kind of works. Oh, that was risky as hell, man. What the hell? And he just gets a shot, Kutsa. He finds a shot there. I thought he was definitely dead, vaulting through it. Finally, just go down. But 2 days, I mean, that should have been a free kill. And okay, fine. 4 versus 4, not bad. But Damien, my God, shoots. That's home defense for you. That's setup going down from a shotgun shell. And people are dying in the most unexpected ways, really.
Absolutely. It's a little strange.
I-
But with that, I mean, hey, there's a few people dead. There's still some manpower left alive on Evolupa, even though they're down a man. They have to run through a clash, through all of this fire coming through from the Tachanka, who is already throwing these Shumikas down from deep inside of the site. He is really far away, just getting those firebolts coming through. And the smoke, once again, you have to consider that Damien's also in play. He's gotten a shotgun kill already. He's been active on the guns, but he also has that utility. Connor now sneaking up, trying to see if he can get himself in on yellow. And if he can find this, no, he can't.
Ooh.
He gets himself taken out by Damien instead. They tried to sneak up. They had an opportunity to try and punish Damien, who honestly wasn't really paying too much attention, but he's allowed to
Oh,
just
no.
turn and flick on that. Kutsa gets another. Kutsa gets the last. And Adept put themselves onto match point very swiftly here as it all falls apart for a team Evolupa that initially looked so good on their defense. They had a defensive side where we were really asking ourselves, how do you counter this? And now on attack, they're running into the exact same problem.
A brick wall, a complete brick wall. Evolupe have not been able to get, like, they got one. Did they even win one round on the attack? I don't think so, right?
Not yet.
Not even
they
one.
have not
Yeah.
won. No.
Not a single one. And you know what? The only hope they have of winning this game is to push it to overtime. And the only hope of pushing it to overtime and winning this game is that they win this round. This whole thing flips. They get back into defense. They do those C4 shenanigans again and hope for the best and win overtime. Otherwise, I think this is a clean chit for Adept Club. This is going to win this without any single hiccup here.
And I think the issue for Evolupe at the moment is just that they're playing too static. What I'm concerned about is that they do the same admin take every single round. It doesn't matter what bomb site it is. It doesn't matter what lineup the enemy is bringing. It doesn't matter where these players on Adept are. Evolupe just drones, goes for top floor, starts playing Vert onto first. Even though it's basement, they still do that exact same thing. So at the moment, they're just too static for me. I feel like Evolupe, they should try something explosive. They should try something that's more up their alley. Just play a bit more chaotic. See if you can get out there. Maybe just sneak your way into the bomb site. Try and punish some of these players on Adept. But Adept, once again, kudos to them. You know, a bit of credit over to them as well. They're not leaving too many gaps wide open. They're really covering all of their angles. They're really covering all of their bases, making sure that they don't get backstabbed too easily. And then they just sit and wait for Evolupa to lose against the clock all by themselves. Adept don't even have to do anything.
Yeah. It's like they will lend us the rope from which we hang them. I think that was We see that in Rainbow Six, and we see that in the Communist Manifesto. But I mean, hey, it works, right? I mean, seriously, it's as you said, Evolupe playing so passively. Again, they're doing the same thing. It's like these guys, they didn't think about this. I think this is the only way they know how to play. And I think their morale has broken down so much that they cannot do anything else and feel like an imposter. Like, I think what they're thinking right now is if they try anything else and lose, they were like, oh no, you know what? We should have just stuck to our plan. The reason we lost is because we tried to try something new and just it didn't work. Okay, Connor gets a start. See, and if this works, that'll just bolster their whole like morale about this strategy. Double kill for Connor, 5 versus 3. Adept picks up syrup, but it's 4 versus 3 now, and now it looks not that unachievable for Evolupe. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 3. Keep saying it, maybe it becomes a bit less. Fenrir, Demos, he's gonna find you. That small helicopter is right on you, that RC helicopter, and you know how it is. Usually, it just turns out to be a waste because you're in the basement. Who are you going to shoot through? Well, the Ram has a solution to that. We're going to mow a couple of lawns right now, open up the upper side, see into the B side, and now if anything happens, the game is completely in Evolupe's court. Will they find a pick-off? All they need to do is find some defensive spot on the basement, shoot someone sitting there. And speaking of Adept,
Oh
he knows
my
what they're trying to
god.
do, and he just loops around and kills them. It's the most predictable play that Evolupe could have tried, and Adept
Connor,
punishes them,
no.
and it's just GG's. Yeah.
The GGs are being called. No faith in Emiterm to clutch this. I hate it when they do this. All right, well, I mean, Kirby does shut it out. It is a GG. Connor was right, but you can't be calling it before your teammate doesn't die in the clutch situation. Come on, man. At least give him a shot. At least give him a chance to try and do it. But, whatever. Adept, turn this game around immediately as the half switch comes in. We had quite a big tech break, but I don't think that's the big factor that ended up giving them the chance to close out this game. I think for the most part it was just how defender sided Consulate was. Honestly, in retrospect, we were saying, Adept don't have any answers for what's happening. Adept don't know what to do about all these C4s. But they had better answers on attack than their opponents, and that's all you need to win the game. You just need to have better answers. They don't need to be good, just better than your opponents.
Absolutely.
So today, Adept definitely were the better team. I think that's what we can say after seeing both halves. At first, it was concerning, but once again, I said not to get ahead of ourselves early on, and I was right. Adept able to turn it around. I win the first prediction, so I'm now up 1-0 over you, Necros, at the very least. But this was the most favored matchup, I think. Adept was definitely a clear favorite inside of this match. For the other predictions that we have for the next two games that are going to be in just a bit, we have about a 20-minute break for our next upcoming game, which is nice. So all the tech issues were able to bridge our big time gap. But the other games coming up, they were all split on the desk. It was 2-2 for all the other games that were voted. So we've got a lot more close matches coming up now that our first one, Adept Evolupe, is out of the way. And with that, we'll throw it to a break. We'll be back in, once again, about 20 minutes, and we'll have the second game ready for you. Until then, take a break, get something to drink, get something to eat, and then come right back here.
from my soul as these walls begin to fold. Head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. separates your shadows from my soul as these walls begin to fold. Head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth.
All right, there we go. Back from our short break, and we're coming at you with the second game of the day, which is going to be Pcific Esports playing against Malding. We're going to be on a bit of a different map. I did mention it earlier when we were talking about Consulate. We've got Bank coming up, so that's going to be quite interesting. We thought it was maybe going to be Chalet, judging by how these two teams like to play, but we ended up on a different one. So, Necris, you didn't seem to dislike Bank when we talked about it. So, give me some opinions on it.
Bank is everything that Consulate wants to be. That's what I feel. Like,
All right.
great verticality without the annoying part of, being it's just an unwieldy map. Like Consulate is not a fun map. Okay, like I
Mm.
don't enjoy Consulate. It's not something that is entirely balanced. It's too defense sided. On the other hand, I think Bank really offers an option for the attack to be a bit more effective. I don't think, like, if you're on the defense, you just, just play a certain style, and if you're winning now, you'll keep winning. That just doesn't happen. You don't have like those safe defenses every time. Like, okay, now it's a round switch, now the defense wins again. Now it's a round switch, now you win again. So that doesn't happen in Bank. And plus, there are points in Bank which I feel like, especially as I've talked about the basement like extensively, the outer corridor leading up to the stairs into 2F, that very big vertical space, it provides for such a plethora of different play. And especially, I mean, the amount of unique operators and matchups you can possibly try out there. That map offers a lot of things, and it is one of those maps that are very commonly picked. It's like it's in the same league as like Clubhouse or like Oregon or something like that. And I don't really think that it is like that kind of niche pick that people are kind of scared to play. I would put Cafe there. Like I don't think Cafe
Mm.
is a very comfortable map for many people, and people don't like playing it for the same reasons people don't like playing Consulate. But it's, as I said, a perfect blend of what is good in both those maps, and they've kept the bad very very little. Like, the one criticism for Bank is that it depends too much on early fragging. Like, there are so many entry frag positions, and it's always that situation. You're always looking for entry frags and someone dies in the process. That I will again blame more on teams playing Bank rather than Bank itself. But it kind of coaxes you to play that, because if you're playing defense on Bank, if you're 2F, you're going to look for spawn peaks. You're going to, and you just have spawn peaks on all sides, all four directions. There's spawn peak potential. That is very rare in any map, and Bank is one of those maps. And let's not talk about the hatches. My God, Oryx is a menace on that map. Absolute menace. You just have that mobility and you keep moving up and down, basement first floor. And as I've said, I think my favorite plant site is 1F. I love 1F because it offers so much when it comes to mobility. And usually you have like vertical upside and vertical downside control possible there. But in Bank, you don't need to break open floors because you have so many hatches. And that is the time you have like this unique kind of vertical control that you come through. And one last thing, the Bank basement is divided into two parts. It's not a one single basement. So there are different entry points. You could enter basement through like the tunnel entrance and somewhere else, and it could be two different sides which could be unmonitored. It's not a single basement like you're completely tracked. So it offers for a much more diversity in play.
All right, and with that, we'll take a quick look at the two teams. First team coming up is Pacific. I am seeing a lot of Turkish flags. That's quite interesting. So, I mean, I haven't seen that around in a while. I think the one team that we really know from that scene is Besiktas, who are
Hmm.
currently in Division One of EON. I did cast them earlier this week.
Yeah.
Other than that, I feel like Turkey, just in terms of a country, when it comes to competitive and siege, is very, very top heavy. I don't see a whole lot of Turkish talent, and the ones that you do, you see those guys everywhere. So the players on Besiktas are one example, and I think the other big one is, obviously, T1. You got to consider Solotov, and then when it comes
Hmm.
to T2, I think we're talking about Swiss.
Yeah.
And other than that, there's not really that many Turkish guys that I know. So it's interesting to see these guys coming up playing against their opponents, Malding, and we'll I assume that we have the team cards for those guys as well. We'll throw that up quickly as well. Because those are mostly a Finnish stack. Malding used to be around the FEL, the Finnish like T3 league, uh, which I don't think at the moment is a thing. But I recognize a lot of the names from there, and I know that team name from there. And they've somewhat recently, added a coach that I'm familiar with, YNB. Um, Will used to coach for us, so I know the guy personally. Interesting to see what he can try to bring to the table, and if he changes anything about the playstyle of Malding, because Malding, they're your usual Finnish stack. They're gonna play fairly aggressive. They're gonna be quite flexible. They don't have a specific identity, so looking forward to it.
I have seen molding once before, and I love this style of play. It's always good to see people who believe in the core mechanics of FPS: gun, shoot, win. And it's,
All right.
I mean, it works. I mean, if you're great at the gun shoot part, then win comes very shortly after. And I'm excited. I think that is what we were missing. Too much slow play last game. And I think kind of that hangover has stayed with us. And let's see if Pacific Esports and Malding kind of pull us out of it.
All right, we're into the ban phase. We'll have to see. Getting rid of utility, that makes a whole lot of sense, because once again, it's just, you don't want to give your opponent the chance to try and execute with all of those flashbangs, all of this chaos at the same time, because when you're executing, you're trying to create a whole lot of chaos. You want to give as little information to the defenders as possible, and especially with the hatches, and you mentioned those on the basement, from the first floor to the basement. Those hatches are so important, and there's so many of them. There's so many spots to throw the candelas, and so many different angles to flash. So just getting rid of that means you're less reliant on the warden. You don't have to bring him out every single round. Second ban that comes out is the Monty, once again. Just at the moment, very powerful operator. Nobody wants to play against him. Nobody wants to have to deal with him. It's just better off being banned, unless you're a really proficient Monty team. You're now one of the teams that's just going to have him on permaban on hot dial. And the remaining two bans, I think Goyo very map specific on Bank for basement. Maybe I think coming out because they don't want to rely on having to play the Twitch as much and get as much utility with the Twitch, because that's the main counter to those Goyo canisters, to those Vulcans, is sending in a Twitch drone early to try and deal with that util, and maybe even a mirror window. Mirror is open this time around. However, the Kai does get banned out, which makes the Tubarao a bit weaker, and it means that those hatches can only be defended actively. You cannot defend them from downstairs. You have to actively challenge them. So that is telling me that both these teams are looking to play quite a decent bit more aggressive on their defensive side.
I certainly hope so, because usually I feel like while methodical slow play is the right way to go, it feels like the more time you take, the more mistakes you have the chance of committing.
10 seconds left before insertion.
You give yourself time to make mistakes, and sometimes that may not be great, especially when you're prone to making hasty split-second decisions.
Attackers must locate and
And
defuse a bomb.
if you're gonna make hasty split-second decisions, might as well make them in split seconds. Don't wait, just go. And maybe that's what we were missing. And maybe this is what both these teams have.
All right, we're into the first round. It is
Bomb located by attackers.
the Smarts playing the Demos on Repel immediately, going for a bit of a self-drone at the moment. He just gets himself into a CEO. There's also a player who's stacked up on top square, that is Fluency, who's just trying to get himself into the building, establishing top floor control. Everything's getting droned out. This is looking like a full map clear from the side of Malding. And Pcific are playing fairly passive. They're just going to give them a decent chunk of map control without really contesting it. But once we get to that staircase, once we go down to the first floor, I think that's when we're going to start seeing a bit more action come through, because once again, Pcific, they can't defend those hatches from down below. They have to, at the very least, try and challenge this. You can see that those hatches are open already. So Pcific will have to try and waste at least a bit of time, or make it worth their while to defend. And at the moment, I'm only seeing Aurora. He's the only guy who's playing around on that hatch side, and he's getting yellow pinged as well. So Malding, good information. And Pcific at the moment too passive for my liking.
Yeah, as we were saying, I mean, I thought there was a run and gun potential here, but even both these teams really taking their time. The defense not really pushing out that much, not really taking these aggressive risks. He may be able to find something. The Zero, he is trying something. Okay. Demos finds something here with that very, very sneaky pistol of his. And, I mean, that's a maestro down. That's a very crucial member of your team. Great at side defense, great at holding angles, and just generally having that crazy gun. I think his gun is probably the best gun in the game. And to lose that operator just sucks a lot. And makes your defense that much more weaker, especially on basement, which is so weird to play.
We did just see a Brava drone shot out, and I do believe that that Maestro that's being pinged up by Fluency has not been hacked. The lighting does seem to be the wrong color, but I think that's just on our end. I do believe that it's still in the hands of the defenders. However, the Maestro's dead, so no zaps coming out. They're only going to be good as bulletproof cams, essentially. Lucas now slowly pushing himself down main stairs. He's able to find Aurora. That's a good pickup. And Malding is going for a plant right next to that smoke canister. It goes out too deep, but that Yokai is able to deny once. The problem is they have enough time to attempt multiple plants, even if they get denied once or twice. The Echo tries to come out. Ayo, he gets a double kill for himself in the post plant. Suddenly it's man advantage for Pcific, but they have to retake.
My god, this is such a messy game already on the first round. Just people are lining up during the plant process. Never a good option, especially when they know you're planting there. So they're just gonna shoot that direction anyway, and they just get shot in a line completely. And now they're running into a crosshair. Demos, he finds one more, triple kill for him, and 1 versus 1. He has given these guys a fighting chance. Will Malding be able to hold this off? They have gotten the chance. And yeah, that's going to be an easy peasy lemon squeezy thing. Malding gets the first one.
Pristine post plant. Like, really good way to get themselves into the planting position. More than 20 seconds. I think there was like 25 seconds when they started the first plant. It gets stopped by Yokai. The Yokai gets shot. After that, there's no more utility denial. The smoke cannot throw any more canisters. The first one went way too deep. It wasn't even able to deny the Hibana who was planting on that opened up wall over on server, and the remainder just not able to hold on to this, so they have to go into a retake, and that retake is very difficult to do. Valiant effort. Ultimately, I think it's impressive that they were that Pcific was able to put this into a 1v1, but too little time, too little man count left to try and make this retake work successfully, as I can't speak, Jesus. But that does mean that Malding get their first round, and they're able to hold this post plant. So everything up until the plant was good, and the post plant maybe losing a few too many players, but as long as you win, as long as you're able to hold on, as long as Brunau stays out of the fighting, and he just waits for somebody to swing him on the hatch and just deny the diffuser, that's the only player that you need for the win condition. Everybody else can basically just do whatever they feel like. So Malding, good job for them. They're able to take that first round confidently, and they force Pcific to go back downstairs for a second time.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like, I don't know, I feel even waiting that long for the diffuser to fade out, I think even if they tried, if the 1v1 went in favor of Pcific, the diffuse would have failed. They just did not have enough time to diffuse it. And yeah, that was one more thing that I feel like Pcific need to be on their toes, really. They're just not playing the way they need to be playing against a team like Malding. Especially, I think the first round was an indicator, if anything, and they need to adapt really fast, or they'll be taken up by storm right now, and they'll just get pushed out the water.
Alright, it looks like Malding is going for a similar approach, full map clear. They know that Pcific is not really contesting them on top floor, so they've taken all of that within a minute. And they're now getting themselves, once again, down those staircases, waiting to see if they get maybe challenged by Aurora. He could aggress here. He's being naded out of position, and he is forced back. So Malding just getting good map control in decent time. Now they can start working away at those hatches. They will have a clash to contend with over on blue side, but I mean, at the moment, it doesn't really look like Malding is going for that side of the map. They're kind of just ignoring blue. They're allowing Kulite to just sit over here. because they're opening up the hatches on the front side. They maybe want to go for a hatch drop into potentially elevator and even into vault. So at the moment, I think things shaping up very well, but Malding just very slow on their approach, making sure they don't overstep anywhere. Speaking of overstepping, Ayubov almost loses his life as Smarts is able to tag him up, force him back down that staircase. And these two guys are just dancing around one another here.
I mean, look at what Malding is doing, right? They're not pushing the envelope anymore. They just wait for one pick off. They wait for one person from Pacific to go down, and they just swarm in like a couple of bugs. Just run into the site, and it's always working well when you are in, like, it's a basement plant, because you know that even isolating one position will open up that place more than anything. Because as I said, this is an isolated place, two different parts, and one part is completely independent of the other. The connecting parts, like, they drop out like this. You drop down, and my god, to get a pick off like this, you have to be supremely confident in your aim, and they're well deservingly confident in their aim, because these guys are hitting nut shots, bro. And okay, fine, they get killed right now, murdered. A bit of a mess up here, but what an opening shot that was. Opening things up for Malding, but let's say what they do. Zero at a very, very low health, but Clash goes down. That's 3 versus 3. Ticking, 2, 1. Are they going to get a diffuser down? Not looking like it. Defenders
Run out of time.
win it. Oh, that's quite underwhelming, I have to say.
I think that was the plan just falling apart there as both of the players in Vault got pinched. I think the diffuser must have been in the hands of the Hibana, who dropped the hatch together with the Buck. I think they were trying to do an explosive breakout play, drop the hatches, and initially it looked like it was working. I mean, the hatch drop came through, there was an immediate kill onto the first defender, and then they tried pushing outward onto Vault, but they were pressed back in, and instead a collapse from the defenders came through, locked them out of the site completely, and then they held diffuser. And the moment you hold diffuser in Vault as a defender, honestly, you've won. Because it's so difficult to try and attack into Vault. There's so many corners, there's so many places, and everything's a hard wall. There's no soft destruction, there's nothing to play around. There's exactly one hatch and 2 doors. You get nothing else. And with all of that space, just able to hold onto the diffuser, able to run down the timer. And Pcific, off of, I think, a bit of a misread from Malding, because Malding was in the middle of the site. They could have planted if they had given the diffuser to the right person. So just a wrong individual choice, maybe forgetting about the diffuser, forgetting about the win condition, and not having a plan in mind for protecting a plant position. They just tried exploding onto the bomb site and seeing if they could get all the kills that they needed. But since they didn't find the kills, they didn't really have a backup option, and that's what you need to keep in pocket. You need to have that diffuser as your backup. Even if you're trying to just win off of kills, you should still have a contingency plan. And Malding is missing that here.
Almost like both these teams are rudderless in their own ways. And okay, the Nook comes out. I'm really seeing this operator quite a lot. And I'm not seeing this operator being used to its full potential. Okay, you snuck in, but this is a very bad place to sneak in, actually. Usually there's someone right at the top of stairs, kind of looking down, and okay, I mean, it just gets riskier like this, moving, and he may find something here. While I say this, there could be right now the one peak. My God.
That castle barricade was very unexpected. I thought we were about to see something.
Oh, he finds it! Okay, this Nook is showing what Nooks are supposed to do. And now these hatches are falling apart, everyone's running all over the place, the Mera is completely out of the zone. And I mean, the castle barricade can only hold for so long. The amount of information you need. This RAM is going to break through everything here. And just like that, everything that seemed to be holding tight for Pacific, they kind of were taken they're taken by surprise by Malding. They didn't wait this time. They didn't wait for like 2 minutes and then breach. They just went in. The Nook waited for the one kill. As I said, you need that opening kill to kind of get information. Hope that your team gets more, and getting shot right now. 2 versus 5. 21 health. Mera, this Azami is the only one that's healthy. And oh my God, this is looking much more difficult than it ever has for Pacific Esports. both of them are in the same place. If two people enter that site from two different sides, both of them are dead at the same time. So I mean, I'm really hoping that they change positions, but be a bit more sensitive as to what to do. This Nook has been wrecking havoc right now. Flawless round for Malding.
I thought this was going to fall apart immediately. I saw the Nook. You pointed that out correctly, Neckers. The Nook pushed in from ATMs. It's not a great place to try and enter the building, because there's so many different opportunities for you to get caught out. You're essentially walking into like 8 different angles at the same time. And I'm so confused because Pluton spotted the Nook. He jiggle peeked the crouch walking Nook once, saw that she was there, and must have fed that information to the rest of his team, assuming that we're playing competitive and that we all have microphones. And even if not, just write it in team chat, because he sees the Nook in lobby, and somehow 30 seconds later, the Nook is able to crouch walk all the way up Spiral, all the way into Trump, back out of Trump because there's a castle barricade blocking her from getting that kill, and over onto E3, walking down E3, onto Stock, and get the kill onto the Warden. And the Warden has no idea that there could be a player behind him. Why? Where's the communication? Why does Pcific not know that there's a player that was in lobby who could have potentially walked up Spiral? Where's the information game? Where's the denial? Where's the communication? I'm so confused about that. And from there, the whole round just immediately collapsed. Malding just collapsed on the top floor and everything fell apart.
Because I think I have an answer for that actually. I think the information was passed, but being unable to hear footsteps like at all. So the warden was looking in the other direction where one of his friends just got picked off, and he knows there's a Nook right behind him. But if he turns, he could get picked off from the other side, other side pushing in. And I think at that particular moment, he just thought he had more time because he checked. He looked back. He shot the Nook a couple of times, and he got him down. So he knew to turn. He just didn't know when to turn, and that unfortunately was the complete undoing of this whole thing. And I'm pretty sure.
1 second. AO was outside. What was that? I just saw him walk back into sight from, like, back into the building from ATMs. What the hell happened here?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, whatever happened is not gonna happen this time. It's just, there's a sense. What? Okay. Whoa.
What just unfolded? What happened here? I was so confused.
Yeah, I think what happened is they kind of went hastily inside. They were hoping for the Nook to create a distraction, but the Nook died. And when the Nook died, the rest of the team kind of started panicking because, okay, guys, get the plant down fast. And they tried to get the plant down, but a sense wall, yes, it is kind of a visual obstruction, but it's also the most obvious place to shoot bullets. And I think people just randomly shot through the sense wall.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Someone
bombs as
just
they
died.
can.
And that person was planting, and people just died over there. It was a messy place, and yeah, it was just bad decision after bad decision from Malding.
I mean, talk about a round. It starts off with AO outside the building, just going back in from ATMs just taking the front door to get himself back into the building. Just pulls out the crowbar to make sure he can pull down that barricade. And from there, Malding is doing a 5-man execute within the first 30 seconds of the round, and they get completely folded in half. Pcific just cuts through all of them and makes this very nearly another flawless round, this time in their favor, as they're able to tie up the score. And the fast play from Malding to try and maybe get this tertiary bomb site over with a bit of a surprise has become a bit of a nightmare for them instead. As, now they find themselves tied back up. They thought they wanted to go for a fast play, but ultimately it was more of a nasty surprise. I think that's the term I was looking for. And now we're back to basement, so Pcific can go straight back to their more passive playstyle, to their entrenched playstyle of bringing that Maestro, bringing that Echo, and just letting Malding come to them.
No, but why do you say that? I think this is what failed them last time. The aggressive push out, I mean, people were pushing out of ATM and like pushing out of places where they usually just turtle, and that got them the win. And plus Malding just kind of screwed up generally. But turtling is never the solution here, especially on bank, especially against Malding. It's just, I don't know there is any scenario in which, unless Malding like really screws up like they did last round, There is no way Pacific gets out of here alive. This is the same thing. Malding knows this. And again, see, this is going to be one pick off. They're waiting for one pick off. And that's going to be go time. I don't know if Pacific is going to. Oh.
Alright. Well, Smarts. He's still running around with that revolver. As Fluency goes down, he's the first one to fall. I'm not sure why or where exactly he got dropped. He's just crawling around inside of tellers. That makes me even more confused. How in the world did he get himself injured? It might have been Capcom traps.
Yeah.
I assume it must have been Capcom traps. So he finds himself on the floor, gets picked back up, now on 20 HP. Of course, at the very least, he's still alive. That much can't be said about Yukas, who finds himself dead, as AU is able to take him down. He takes quite a decent chunk of damage for it himself as well, but now he pushes up the main staircase, gives his position away through that scanner, but Smarts is not ready for it. He doesn't have his gun up. Ayubov is able to find that, and now he has completely retaken control of open area, and there's only 50 seconds left. How the hell are Malding supposed to respond to this?
Absolutely, I echo your thoughts. How the F are these guys supposed to do anything about this? I mean, Pacific, it seems like, you know, I think either you are the curse or I am the curse. Either way, things are happening as they're not supposed to happen. And suddenly, there are two very low health operators waiting for their turn in basement, and everything just seems to be falling apart. This Maestro didn't die. This Deimos didn't get anything. This Hibana was a complete waste. And I thought as well, he tried his best, but that wasn't enough. Fluency, he gets, okay, so Fluency at 20 health did more than all three operators combined, but it's still 9, 8, 7, 6. You have to do something here, man. You have to get the plant down. Are they going to try something? Because the hatch is wide open. They're going to try, but the shot is there. Fluency gets one more. The plant is going down. Is this going to be it? The plant goes down. 44 seconds. One more. Fluency. This guy, he is out there making it happen. My God, Malding. They're making the other team mauled right now. My God, this is pumping me up. 30 seconds. It's all up to Aurora. He is full health, 125. He knows what to do here. Just one random bullet. But if he gets shot in a bad angle, oh, he knows. That is information all around. Okay, he drops down. I think he heard him. He heard him drop down. The diffuser is getting diffused. Oh,
No.
No!
Fluency!
Oh
No! Oh, you're kidding me!
Oh my God. Brilliant. He couldn't vault.
Fluency, he gets himself a 4K. He takes down two different Maestro Cams that are zapping away at him. He's down to 15 HP. That is just 3 zaps of the Maestro Cam. Same with his teammate. He has to protect both the plant and at the same time find multiple kills because they're just at such a huge man disadvantage. He opens up the first. They drop the hatch. He's able to punish the player that's aggressing from the hatch up above him afterward. So great vertical play in both directions from Fluency. He can win every gunfight. Doesn't matter which one. Doesn't matter which way. Then he kills the Maestro in a trade, and in the post-plant is able to retreat upstairs.
Whoa.
And I thought he was going to get an ace clutch. I was like, surely he has the confidence now. Aurora is just going to be chasing his own tail around and around we go. But instead, he gets stuck on a rotate, and sticking the disable is what allows Aurora to clutch that 1v1 and take that ace and the round away from both Malding and especially Fluency. Chaos, utter chaos. Some of these rounds already in this matchup have been such a mess.
I don't know what to say. That game, I mean, you know, it makes me feel that there are some things that you just can't control, and one of those things is making holes in the. You made those holes. It's not like the enemy made those holes. You made those holes, and you just you couldn't go through, man. I mean, it's bound to happen once. It happens to everyone. It happens to the best of us. And you know what? Not a big deal. That was a great show. I think it did very much a lot for the morale of Malding. I think it was very important the way they kind of got the quad kill, you know, get the tempo back. Even if they lost the round, it was like by this much. You shouldn't be sad about it. But yeah, you can be a bit sad about it. That was quite. But yeah, but you know what? All in all, credit goes where credit is due. He stuck the diffuse on the diffuser over the fuse,
The disable.
the disable. Yeah, I'll call it a fuse. You know,
Or
English is
just
a
the
funny
fuse,
language.
yeah.
A fuse, yeah. So he fused the diffuser, and while he stuck to it. He didn't drop it. He didn't look for like, oh, maybe he shoots me. No, he stuck to it, and well, good for him that, well, he got stuck in a wall. So
Yeah, and once again, I feel like that was just, getting stuck on that rotate is highly unfortunate, but at the same time, what cost Fluency the round isn't necessarily getting stuck in the rotate. It is making the rotate so that you can get stuck in, first of all. Second of all, being hesitant to push up early. He wanted to walk slowly to not give too much sound away to his opponent. He wanted to kill Aurora. The plan was to kill him while he's diffusing, to not have him go off, and give him a challenge into like a 1v1 gunfight, because once again, Fluency was down to 1 HP. He had 15 health. One bullet would have done it, even from the MP5 SD, even from that range, even just a shot into the arm. It most likely would have injured the buck, and the round would have been over. He would have had enough time to just get onto the defuse again. There was like, I think, like 10-12 seconds left at that point, so he could have definitely still done it. So Fluency just wanting to really make sure that he approaches slowly, doesn't give the game away. But in doing so, of course, one little mess up, one little mistake immediately can cost you the entire round. He just spent too long just slow walking inside of archives. He should have sprinted in that situation. Very unfortunate. I would have liked to see him get the ace. I'm quite disappointed by that, but once again, I think you're touching up on that well, Nicholas. It's a good point about the mental, because yeah, you might have lost the round, but that was so winnable, despite being in a situation where you absolutely should not have gotten a post planned. They still did it anyway. So Malding still can be happy about this round. Like, Fluency's performance was great. They must be feeling it now, and I think the mental game for them is it's fine. It's fine. I think losing that round, not a big deal. Go next. We'll win the next attack. We'll switch half, and then on the defense, we'll absolutely run through our opponents. I think they're in a good mood now.
yeah, highest of spirits.
Highest of
But
spirits.
there is I would be a bit mad. That's just me, I guess. That's why I'm not playing a professional level R6 game, because I do truly mauled. And yeah, I would have molded so hard there. Like, I would be like, oh my god, who made this hole right now? Why? Bro, you didn't vault. You don't know how to vault. I know how to vault. You made a bad hole right now. You guys don't know how to play this game. Yeah. So yeah, could possibly have been my response here, but that's not me. And I hope that it's not molding either, because I hope they're not molding, because they are playing well. And I'm excited because the next game is going to be underway anytime soon. What do you think needs to change for molding? Like, fine, this was, while it was amazing, the squad kill, this was not how it was supposed to go. It needs to be a bit more methodic, be bit clean, the way the second round was. What do you think they need to do?
Well, it's a good question. I think we've seen two very different styles. When Malding goes slow, I think so far, when they've gone slow, they've been able to just circle around their opponents, look for opportunities, just sometimes maybe stall a bit too much, but I think they're doing just the right amount, because they're also fishing for opportunities. If they don't get it, fine. They have a bit less time on the execute. But especially like the very first round, for instance, Malding had like 25 seconds in the execute. They put together a defuse plan. They covered the diffuser beautifully. They had enough contingency to get rid of yokais without being under any time pressure. But when they go fast, like they did, for instance, in the open area round, they got completely shut out of the game. They lose one gunfight, and from there, they all fall like dominoes. So a bit concerning for me is when they go fast, they seem to falter. And that seems to be down to the situation that they find themselves in gunfights with. I feel like maybe the added pressure of time and the certainty of knowing where your opponents are, like having more information, is what really favors Malding. So I think for them, curiously enough, it's fine to slow down. I feel like they can even slow down a bit further. They try to go fast, it doesn't work, then they go back to playing slow. I feel like that can work. They've got a good baseline here. They're playing good fundamentals in this siege match. So I think if they can keep at the fundamentals, they can work this out.
Well, I hope they have something in mind. If not that, something. Because that Nook thing, it worked. Okay? It worked. And I think they could have executed it better. The rest of the team needs to be on the same page. I think that was the only thing missing from the couple of rounds they lost. But if they kind of get back onto it, and if Ubisoft is a bit more forgiving when it comes to keeping the game on, my God, we would know what is what. Until then, although I feel I have something to say about Pacific too. They are really, I mean, they won the couple of rounds, but they
Yep.
haven't been clean either. There are a
Oh,
couple of things they need to follow.
yeah, absolutely not.
Like, yeah, what do you think about them? Any tips?
I mean, for them, it's like how in the world do you with two Maestro cams, 10 seconds on the clock, and two guys who are like a cough away from dying? How do you let them get into a post-plant situation? Like, where is the coordination? Where's the collapse from everyone on the defensive side? Like, at this point, you should just waltz them down inside of the bomb site together. That's a big problem because the smoke swung individually. Some guy is dying to fluency through the hatch for some reason. Like, you're in a 4v2. Why are you standing under a hatch? Like, there's no reason for you to be exposing yourself. There's no point. What are you doing? Okay, so for Pacific, it's just about knowing what you're vulnerable to, knowing where your gaps are, and just like understanding how bank works. Like, I'm sorry, it's been in the pool for a while. You should know that if you stand under the hatch, you're probably gonna die, unless you're looking up at the hatch, in which case you're expecting a gunfight. And once again, you're in a 4v2. Why are you going for gunfights? Don't go for gunfights. Wait for them to come to you, then trade. Like, it's easier said than done, of course, but in such a situation, I think it's clear cut enough to be like, okay, this is a situation where you need to reflect on yourself, or you just need to think for like 2 seconds and be like, all right, I probably shouldn't be peeking. And having this, like, having that moment, having that thought is something that separates the bad players from the good players, because they're aware of the situation. It is situational awareness. They look around in the room. They look around on their screen and they're like, what situation am I in? What should I be doing right now? These are questions that you should be asking yourself every now and then. Just like every 30 seconds, every minute, every 2 minutes, just like glance up at the timer, look at how much time is left, and ask yourself, what am I doing right now? And is that the thing I should be doing right now? Because at the moment, I feel like Pacific have a bit of a disconnect there, because they both, like, all of the team members come to different conclusions, and that just doesn't work. That looks disjointed. That allows your opponents to plant even though they have absolutely no health left, and it almost allows Fluency. I keep calling him Flancy. Fluency to get like basically a 1v3 post plant clutch with no HP to his name to get an ace as well. It's just way too close for comfort. Pacific just need to dial in on that.
Absolutely. Well, very well said, actually. Hell, I wish you were IGLing for one of them, because then we would have seen a very clean sweep here. But it's going to be a like complete face-to-face kind of deal here, I think. Like, it's just going to be 4-4, 5-5, 6-6 overtime. And I mean, I hope this goes into more games because it's just fun. But if I would want them to play a bit more. Like, I would want it to go to overtime if both the teams deserve overtime. If you get what I'm saying, like, I don't want it to be overtime in a way that there's no decision, there's no solution, so it might as well just go overtime. It should be that there is a
I don't want
decisive-
overtime. I don't want overtime because both teams like keep making mistakes and stumble their way into an OT.
Yeah,
I want overtime because like it's a close
This is
fought
neck to
battle
neck.
and they keep adapting or something, because there's changes coming out, there's someone adapting to what the other is throwing at them. That's how overtime should work. Yeah, somebody finds an answer, then the other person has to, give them a new problem. That's how overtime should work. It should be a game where nobody has the other guy figured out, but both of them continue like putting individual pieces together. At the moment here for this game, I definitely think that especially for Pcific, despite them being in the lead, it's a bit lackluster. They're kind of winning rounds off of Malding making mistakes and not anything else. And that's a bit concerning.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, till we find out what the hell is happening, I guess we just wait. Oh, you know what? I think it's enough talking about the game. How are you today, Ripens? Has this been a good day for you? You feeling nice? Feeling cozy?
A bit tired, didn't have too much sleep, but other than that, I mean, I'm good. I'm like, I've had something to eat before broadcast, so I'm not starving or anything. Sometimes when I go on broadcast, I like forget to eat beforehand, and then like 2 hours or 3 hours into the broadcast, I'm like, oh, this was a mistake. This time around, I came prepared. So I don't know about you, Nicholas, but I came prepared this time.
I was prepared, but I don't think I'm prepared for like crazy long. Like it's getting to be slowly because it's way past my
Yeah.
bedtime, and yeah, it's 1:30 a.m. here, and I am ready for another game, and the game is on.
Finally.
Rejoice. Rejoice indeed. Come hither and witness another game. Oh. And there is a castle again. My god, these guys really insist on playing this. Okay. It's the same thing, man. Okay, there's an OSA. That's a difference. Yeah.
Defenders protect
But
your bombs from being defused by
everything else is the same, man. These guys have not changed a bit. And they insist on picking Kali on this map. Like I like that the spawn peak potential is massive, and there are like these long angles that you can hold, especially
Bomb located by
exterior
attackers.
entrances. I mean, otherwise, don't you think you should go for a roamer or something? Or a Kali?
Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what Nico wants to do with the Kali.
10 seconds
I think
left.
at the moment I'm a little concerned that they're just gonna try and stick Mr. Wood outside onto the long angles on like lobby repel. Because sure, you can use the Kali to clear utility off that wall to get it open. Most likely, there's gonna be a mute jammer on that like elevator wall. They're gonna clear that off, and then they're gonna be able to breach. That's, I assume, why they brought the ace. And if not, if they're going for top square, then I have no idea why they're bringing the Kali. I mean, other than to just look through top floor with a greater magnification, like why? I think the ACOG does the job. It does it well enough. You don't really need much more magnification than that. You kind of just... I mean, are you trying to get style points? What's the plan?
This is a coastline. You're not in the bloody castle shooting people. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I hope it works out for them if that's what it's worth. But it's one shot, one kill for what it's worth, right? I mean, one shot, one kill is always great. Body shots, one shot, one kill, and I guess that is something to look forward to. You have very good breach potential. You have a florist to clear a room, clear a couple of angles here and there. Osa, nice defensive option. And Kali could bridge the gap. But against so many SMGs, like look at the whole of Pacific Esports is just running SMGs right now. These guys are fire rate extravaganza. And I mean, against SMGs, I shudder to think what the sniper rifle is going to do. This is not Counter-Strike last I checked. You can't just like op someone like we used to. The ADS is still quite a dangerous thing to do here. The ADS time for Kali, if I'm not wrong, is pretty high.
Okay, so they are going for square. How many summons? This is his last. There's still that mute jammer. Come on, Yukas, shoot it, please. There we go. All right. Brunel goes off the. Why? Why does he go and repel and then back? I don't know. All right, a bit of a concerning disconnect on the side of Malding, but Yukas from the repel is able to get the opening pick onto Kulaya. That's at least one kill. The castle goes down. Now the question is, how in the world do they want to execute this? They have some Osa shields on top square. They want to establish long angles, but how do they get in there? Especially now the diffuser on the floor.
I mean, I'm surprised as to they got anything right now. Malding, I didn't expect them to get a single kill. And I didn't expect them to get a kill on Castle either. And oh my god, they're just shooting people out the windows and they're just trade after trade. Jukis gets a double and another double. And it's 2 versus 2. Suddenly, everything is kind of quieting down. People getting shot left and right, and the Kali is still alive. My god, reappearance. This guy, he's playing SMG Kali, and I'm there for it. Valkyrie goes down. And oh yes, this is how you play Kali, bro. This is how you play Kali. 5 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to do anything? The diffuser's going down, Flores is planting it. Is there going to be any peek here? Possible peek? No, you can't see any heads here. You're gonna get shot. You're gonna be moving outside, but yes, that's gonna be right on time. Malding just gets one more round for themselves.
Okay, so I guess Nickowit is going for style points. Is it like, do you just like the SPSMG9? Like, why? I don't really understand. I still don't understand the Kali pick because you can clear, like, it's just a mute. You could clear the mute jammers a different way, and even if it was a bandit, just like EMP it.
I think it's for shooting castle walls, just one-shotting him.
I did, yeah. As you said that clicked in my head too. But even then, like, I don't know. I feel like, you know, you could bring in Sophia, you could bring in Ash. Yeah, sure. Kali has 3 pieces of destructive util over the soft breachers, who usually only have 2.
Bomb located by attackers.
But like, is it really worth it? I don't know.
And has castle barricades breaking them? Has it gotten you like space? You guys just ran in and shot people. The castle barricades were never a problem. So I mean, see, I don't know. If it's stupid and it works, then it's not stupid, right?
10 seconds to
Fair
go.
enough.
Working for them. Oh,
Speaking of stupid, and what? Yeah. All right. So we're setting up a mirror window on the wall that is usually considered to be default plant and CC, but the mirror window is put down from the wrong side and then opened up. I think this is just to deny anyone breaching this. This just makes it really awkward to open it with anything other than, well, maybe I think a thermite could still open the wall sufficiently, but there's nothing like that on the board. It's going to be really awkward to make this crouchable or like walkable with just an ace and just Selmas. And the can openers are not going to be able to put that down anywhere. This is going to be really awkward. I think I like this idea for Malding.
I have to say though, like this extra mile that they seem to be traveling, I hope it's worthwhile, because you know, it kind of makes you think that Pacific Esports, they may be methodic, but you making all these shenanigans, like, you know, blocking it, the reverse Mira window, blocking that and everything, they're just gonna come in and shoot you, man. I mean, that window, it's not a tactical game for either of these teams. Like, look at this. It's a FPS game right now. Just people are shooting. Oh yeah, I hear him. I'm gonna take the peak, and that's it. It's 1 versus 1 everywhere. And Valkyrie comes out on top with 28 health.
All right, Pluton now finally does get open area control, and Yukis is ready and waiting for an opportunity to strike. He's just holding a pixel here. He sees one person, he sees a second. He's not able to connect any shots onto anyone, as Ayubrov is actually the one to get a kill onto Fluency instead. That is the boss G down and out this time around. So no more slug shotgun to play with. The Vigil will have to be watching cams, as I hope he does. And we find ourselves in a 4v4, about a minute. And now complete open area control gained by Pcific. They can now start trying to look down toward that bomb site. But they've got plenty of utility to try and clear, and Yukas is going for a flank all the way upstairs.
Oh, and this could be horrible for them, because we've seen this last game that everyone was, you know, just looking down the hatch, and if even someone gets the inkling that people are looking down the hatch, someone's going to rotate upstairs and just shoot in line, and they're going to take off 2 people. And they are moving around, rightfully so. They're kind of passing the diffuser to each other. They're throwing down a smoke, hopefully go in, make a distraction, and just plant in the middle of it. Oh, but that's not gonna happen. It's right there. For now, the mirror with 33 health, he picks everything out. And he gets shot in the process, but oh, double kill for Max. And that's more. 1 versus 4. Suddenly Malding just seems to have the number, and defenders have won again. How did they lose this round reappearance?
Well, it must have been the retake. I think Malding just going up above, making sure that they can pinch this. And I mean, honestly, I don't know what the plan was for Pcific. They threw down a couple of smokes, and then Ayubov drops the hatch alone, tries to take a gunfight inside of the site, loses it. That was a bit of a gamble. Like, he could have won the fight against Brunel, but he didn't have a whole lot of information. He didn't have much to go off of. He was just kind of blindly swinging into the bomb site. The smoke was giving him enough cover so that he only had to really worry about a few angles, but you're just, like, you're throwing the entire round into the lap of Ayubov and saying, you have to win this gunfight so we can get into bomb site. And while you're waiting for him to just do his solo play and you're not backing him up and you're not trying to go for a trade, you're not trying to explode into Locker's room bomb side, there's a collapse coming from Malding, who have retaken top floor and are now starting to shoot down at you. Even though you're supposed to be the attackers looking down the hatch, suddenly it's Malding looking down from the hatch above you. So just a complete inverse of the roles of attack and defend. And Malding come out on top, so that's them back in the lead, I guess.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I don't know, you know, every single round is almost like a complete mental wipe for me. You know, it's like none of these teams learn anything from the last round, and they just do whatever the hell they want. Like, okay, did you see what just happened? You gave this whole long, okay, yeah, we need to do this happened, and they need to rotate this way and whatever. And what do? They just walk in and shoot people. And this is gonna keep happening. I'm telling you, like, you're gonna break it down after this round, okay? Whoever wins, you're gonna break it down. That, you know, this was the wrong move here. I think this could have been better. The next round, these guys are just gonna walk in and shoot people again, and it's gonna be every single round. Look at this castle. The castle is 40 health. He loses health first. This guy was spawn peeking.
I'm reloading.
Never change, my friend.
What is Smarts going for? You see, here comes a run out. He's not ready for it. Pluton, no, gets himself killed by Smarts, who just. All right, there's too much commitment over on this rappel, and they're not at all concerned about Garage. Maybe they should have been.
Yeah.
As the Bandit just getting a kill. That's the ace off the board. That's your hard breacher gone on top floor. You're not gonna breach elevator anymore. You're not gonna be able to breach anything over on that top square side. How in the world do you attack now? I mean, you can basically just go up the staircases. That's kind of it. That's your option now, Pcific.
I'll tell you how you breach reappearance. You just jump in with the Ash and you break through a very soft wall and hope for the best. And I mean, you have a lion, so you have pings. You have Dokebi, so you have pings again. And fine, the Dokebi has like a very long timer between the pings, but you have a lion. You have detection right now, you just have to make those right decisions. Oh, what? Oh my god, this gets picked up by a nitro cell. It started again, reappearance. It's just a different team, but these guys...
It's a bulletproof. I'm sorry, there's a bulletproof in lobby. They have live info on these players pushing up spiral stairs. Yes, No Mercy is up here. There's two players on Banana now. They're able to get one kill. Smarts is able to find another. But look at Bruno just retaking every single time. Malding just get behind the attackers. They wait for the attackers to come in, circle around them, walk right behind them, and then pinch them in the middle. Malding at the moment just completely tearing Pcific apart off of information that they shouldn't still even have. They're just being fed free info. Pcific, you can't allow this to happen.
What Pacific cannot allow to happen is to let spawn peaks go. Spawn peaking is their advantage. On rounds that are on like a second floor or something, you have the swan peak, man. I mean, there's no other way to get any entry there. Everyone else, they have a castle, they have a mute. How are you going to get inside this place? I don't know. Oh.
Well, the first thing to do would be to get rid of the mute jammer and open up the E3 wall, but if you're going to lose your ace early because he's repelling somewhere just in the middle of the lobby repels, and he gets taken down by a player running out garage, what do you do about that? It's a perfect read from Malding. It's quite scary how good that read from Smarts was to go for that run out. But I think regardless of what Smarts would have done, regardless of if he finds a kill or not, I don't think he would have gotten punished at the very least, because there's no way that Pcific expect that. There's no way that they counter it. So even if he finds nothing, they still have to worry about him, because now they know that there's a guy roaming around somewhere in the basement, and he's gonna head for the hills immediately after that run-up, right? The moment Smarts got that kill, he was gone. So now you still have to worry about him. You have to spend more time in utility on trying to find him again, and he's just gonna run circles around you.
You're right. You need to think fast. You need to think farther. And I think Pcific is not doing either of those things. Just getting caught in a trap, it's like a mouse, except the mouse doesn't just get killed, it gets roasted and eaten later. And I think it's not a good look for Pcific because they started really strong. Not strong, but I mean stronger than what they are now. And with the amount of defense round that Malding is getting, it seems to be a match point is very, very closer. And you need to be very, very careful.
Alright, and caution is the name of the game as Kulai is bringing the gridlock. So at least a slight bit of adaptation coming in, as it looks like Pcific are trying to put a cap on these players getting in behind them. So this time around, maybe Pcific take some space, get into the building, and then put some tracks down behind you to make sure you're not flanked and outflanked by these defenders. Problem is that they're already doing this again. Like, you guys are on main stairs and you're losing fights to top floor. Malding has gotten 2 kills onto both of these players. Fluency!
Oh my
He just hops out the building. The man is doing it. I don't think it was him last time. It was Kulai who did it the first time. But now it's Fluency also outside the building. He wants to join the fun. Doesn't find anyone out there because there's no one even repelling on this side. But once again, no matter if he does it or not, he's not punished. And that's the big problem for Pcific. They're not punishing any of the aggression that Malding is putting out.
And it's not even like aggression, it's just... This is just stupid, you know? Like, you don't have a rappel, you just jump down from the 2nd floor and you hope for a kill. If you get killed, you not only lose your life, but also lose the position you just had for free. And it's such a high risk and low reward kind of strategy. And it seems ridiculous that they're still winning because of it. It's 3 versus 5.
Oh,
Malding.
no.
Okay, no, this is happening again. And now the C4 kill Fluency. He gets 1 more. And these guys are just getting picked up. They're playing with their food at this point, you feel. It's like Pacific Esports. You're just getting outmatched by Malding. And, God. This is getting closer than expected. While I say this, there could be things going wrong, but no, Fluency just has the meter here. He just says, you know, team, step back. I'm gonna handle this. 1 person does go down, and Nora, it's all on him. This lawnmower man, or lawnmower woman, is going to make sure there's something to be done here. He's right in front of the bomb site, but yeah, he's get shot in the face. Wow, what a welcome into the site right now. Yazami, ready for it.
Right, the half switch seems to have given Malding a lot more confidence, and Pcific are absolutely just, once again, just folding. There's not really much that they're doing. Malding is outflanking them. Malding is active around the map. They're taking space and retaking space. I think that is the biggest point that we can make here. In a very, very good way. The problem is Pcific should lock that down. Every time Malding aggress, like, Pcific could be there to punish it, but they're not. And that is an active choice. It's a decision. Maybe because they're not aware that they should be doing this, but Pcific definitely are just choosing not to punish Malding on any of these retakes, on any of these big flanks. There's such big gaps, and Malding is absolutely exploiting that. They looked a bit shaky on the attack. I had some notes for them, but here on the defense, it's they kind of just lost their opponent. I don't know where Pcific went, but they're not in this matchup anymore.
For the final round, Malding has chosen a basement. They're doing the same thing again. In fact, they're doing what Pcific Esports did. And I don't know if Pcific Esports is equipped to handle their own move. They picked an Amaru to breach like 2F, but I bet, you know, the way Malding is playing, they have 1 person on each floor. And even if they lose that position, they just want that information. Because this basement is closed enough for them to, you know, work on that information and still hold that place without, you know, just completely falling apart.
He's gonna jump out, isn't he? Oh,
yeah, he's gonna jump out. Yeah, that's it. Oh,
Fluency, no!
He missed the shot. He would have gotten it actually. He was so close. I mean, that was his kill to get, but Yeah, he's gonna...
I mean, it was his kill to get if he was gonna hit a single shot of that SMG-12. It was completely off target. And Smarts gets himself killed as well, immediately into a 5v3. Somehow, Pcific, once again, you know, I said on the defensive side too, Pcific is winning rounds not because of their doing, it's because of Malding making mistakes. And speaking of making mistakes, Yukas is answering a phone as he's being swung. Nikawood is able to get the first kill for the side of Malding, but once again, this is all down to Pcific just being gifted kills, essentially. And speaking of gifted kills...
Oh! Kafkan traps! Alright, there's a gift on every door. It's Christmas again. And you get shot, and you get blown up. I have to imagine that Rainbow, the Team Rainbow is not necessarily happy to be subjected to such torture. I mean, you know, at least in games like Counter-Strike, you get shot or blown up. Here you get dismembered, mangled, possibly stunned, slapped. Many other adjectives, many other verbs that happen to you actually. And yeah, that makes for a colorful gameplay for us, but I pity the operators that go through it. And nice Team Liquid sticker on the gun, but let's see if they can channel some of that spirit into their gameplay. 3 versus 2. It's close as close gets, and they've dropped the diffuser. They want to do something here, but this place has been locked down
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
completely. And this mirror has like complete surveillance, and they just have 2 places to look into. And he sees him. He sees him near the hatch, and the mirror has eyes on. So now 1 flash, but the shots are out. 2 flashes, and okay, the mirror he misses. Now the buck is planting. Is the plant going to be denied? Not so much. 3 versus 1. At the same time, the plant goes down. There's going to be a peek. Oh, he sees him, but does not hit the shot. But there are more people to be peeking here. Is that going to be enough? 2 versus 1. Gets 1 more. 36 seconds on the clock. He has the time. There's a shotty. And shotty usually gets kills that are otherwise difficult. And the shots are difficult. They're just distracting. They just want to buy time, wait for the diffuser to take down soon enough. It's going to be too late to defuse. And it's getting to that point. You just have to go, man. You just have to go. Just okay. Okay.
You're kidding me.
Okay.
Oh, that's so funny. Is it going to be
I
time?
think it's too late though.
Well, there would be time, but I think, like, surely, yeah, okay, there we go. Mercy, no mercy forces him off the plant, and there we go. I was going to say, you know, just into the analysis of this round, I'll hop into it immediately because we won't have much time next round. I'm assuming Malding is gonna aggress out of the building again. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw at least 2 defenders in spawn next round. But so to touch upon Pcific very quickly here, this was a must-win round, not just because, you know, their opponents are a match point. If they don't win this round, it's over. But at the same time, you're being thrown a lifeline. You're being just gifted multiple kills by Malding because they're aggressing, they're having fun with it. They're maybe not playing the most optimal competitive siege, but honestly, from how they were playing in that round, I don't think that was the plan to begin with. They were just trying to have fun with it and see if they could get away with doing something stupid aggressive. Finally, Pcific is there to, at the very least, do the bare minimum of punishing that. But then they were in a 3v2 for a while where I was like, guys, you've been given 2 opening picks immediately. Completely untraded, completely unpunished, right at the start of the round. You don't have to worry about these guys anymore. But this still comes down to a shaky execute. Like, if you don't convert this round, if you let Brunau, and to be fair, he had quite a bit of information on lockers, he almost could have denied the plant with a C4. If you would have allowed him to get into this round and make it competitive and potentially deny the plant once and put it into a 2v2, I would question, like, Pcific's capability of being competitive in this league at all. But they did the bare minimum, you know? So I'm thankful that at the very least they are able to preserve some of their dignity, even with Malding going out aggressive like this.
And I hope they do, because, you know, who's not preserving his dignity? Fluency. He has died 2 times in a row, jumping out of a window, and it's not necessarily the same look that's going to serve him well.
He's setting up for 3rd times the charm, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and I think that's the right policy. You know what, I'm after that, because he's making space with it. That's what he's doing. He's making space. And I think that space creation is helping his team get into position a bit more. And if that allows them to do something here that they otherwise couldn't, well, all that more power to them. But as of now, it looks like people are just getting pinged and yeah, just getting stuck into place. You're going to be shooting a couple of okay, nice breach here. Looking for a potential pickoff. That would have been a good possible breach, but yeah, nothing so much. I thought that was his friend, or that was his opponent, but it was a friend. So yeah, it's like a horror show right now, man. My God, it's like peeking corners and not knowing what the hell is waiting for you on the other side. And as much as these guys are playing, it's like headless chicken right now, Gabriel. And I feel everyone's running
look
around.
At this. So now Malding have set the seeds of doubt into like the minds of Pcific. Like Pcific are playing scared of Malding. You could see that Aurora was looking at the hatch upstairs. They have no idea about where any of these Malding players are. They didn't properly clear the building, and they're not holding their flanks. They're allowing Malding all this space to retake, and they're essentially just curling up into a corner and scared of getting swung from every single angle. But this time around, Malding isn't even doing anything. Malding is just letting them be worried about nothing. They're just fighting ghosts right now, fighting shadows.
The ghosts are gonna get you. Ghosts are gonna get you soon because it's a 22 health IQ. It's 4 versus 4, 3 versus 4. People are getting. It's literally Spec Ops right now, man. My God, this whole thing. People are just sneaking up. It's like Batman Arkham Asylum right now. My God, smoke. I hear him. Yo, it's the bat. Bam, bam, bam. He just shot at the again. Jukis. This is not supposed to happen. He's winning the game off of one thing and 31 health Grim. It's all up to him. He gets good shot. Completely possible, but it's not going to be possible. Malding takes this one. GG.
My God, that was the plan was a few milliseconds from going down. This could have been quite a more intense round ultimately, but instead it's shut down by Yukas once again. I think you described it perfectly. It's the bat. Bit of a Batman moment for Yukas, just fighting through the smoke, through the shadow. Just they have no idea where he is. They have no idea what he's doing. He just comes out of nowhere, out of a corner where he's kind of sitting in your blind spot, and then you're dead, and you don't even know it yet. And that's the story of Malding on this entire defensive half. Great match from them. Once again, shaky on the attack. I feel like against an opponent like Pcific, you could have done better on the attacking half as well. Giving away some rounds, giving too much space over to just making mistakes. I think because once again, I don't think Pcific won any rounds. I think that for the most part, Malding just kind of lost rounds. That's what it comes down to. That's all Malding have done. They've lost 4 rounds. And Pcific haven't really won any off of their own accord. That's a big issue for Pcific that they will have to consider. But I think also for Malding, they've got plenty of mistakes to work on. They've got plenty of things to look at. And maybe they should work a bit on their overconfidence because your opponents might be having a rough day. Maybe Pcific are a better team. And if you keep playing like this, I'm looking at you, Fluency. If you keep throwing yourself out the window like that, you're going to give a team who's good, but just having a rough day, a chance to warm up and get back into a game that you should close out. Do not give your opponents opportunities to fight back into this. That's not a good idea.
Listen to coach reappearance. This is a one-time advice you'll get for free. Otherwise, you'll be charged. But you know what? I think it's
after the
well
trial
received.
ends $3.99 a month.
There you go. There you go. He's overpriced. He's overpriced. That's what he is. But I'll tell you what, guys. It's not about just making the right play. It's about providing entertainment. So Fluency, while he has said that, while it is stupid to jump out of a window and hope for a kill, keep doing that. Keep doing that because by all means, I'll tell you what, no one's gonna enjoy it more than us sitting here and yelling, "Oh, he's doing it again! He's jumping out again!" Yes, Fluency, keep doing it. $3.99 to hell. Screw that. But
who needs advice when you can be funny?
Absolutely. Why be happy when you could be interesting? And with that note,
exactly.
On that note, my friend, I think there's a break, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. We'll do that.
I think another break, another game. We'll see you soon, guys. Stay tuned.
your shadows from my soul as these walls begin to fold. Head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth.
All right, and there we are with the final game of today inside of Division 2. Once again, we're in the first Playday. I am joined by Necris, and we've got our final match of today, Wisteria versus Project XY, coming up on Nighthaven. I'm feeling a bit of sarcasm.
No sarcasm, man. I absolutely enjoy how this completely vertically challenged map is absolute pleasure to cast, especially because what a map this is. I am looking forward to sneaky, Nook on this. Nook was made for this map, so I'm looking forward to Nook. I'm not being sarcastic about that, but I'm also not happy about like teams in general. I don't know these two teams that well, but I feel people just don't understand Nighthaven. This map, it's like slept upon. Like you kind of gloss over it, that if you are like passable in this map, you just kind of let go. You don't pick it, and if it's picked, you kind of look at it as, oh yeah, I don't know how to play it, but neither does the other team, so what the hell. And that's how it always turns out. And they've banned a Tubarao, which I think is one of the only maps where Tubarao is a legit ban and is like super impactful, so it's a great ban. And Valk, yeah, great ban in general. So the ban is not surprising, and pretty good. Are you looking for some stable gameplay here, or is this going to be topsy turvy like the last one?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping for a bit more stable gameplay. The bans do seem to indicate that because, there was a Dokkaebi ban. I see a Valkyrie ban also come out at the same time. So if you ban Dokkaebi, the Valk becomes a lot more powerful because there isn't the threat of your cams accidentally getting hacked. And with the Valk, you basically have to bring an IQ the whole time. We saw how it pans out when you're playing a big entrenched map with a whole lot of vertical, playability when there's a Valkyrie on the board. We saw that on Consulate. It was very messy. It was 5 C4s every round. So this time around, Valkyrie got rid of not a whole lot of info to play with. If you want to bring any sort of camera information, you have to bring either bulletproof cams or you have to bring somebody dedicated to like denial cams, which is the Maestro or the Echo, which aren't really favorable on Nighthaven. So I think this does starve the defense of quite a bit of info. I think Valk is the best ban to do here, and the rest is just bog standard stuff. Tubarao on this map makes a whole lot of sense. Once again, Dokkaebi and Monty banned out. It's just really what you're expecting. So I think we're settling in for some really bog standard. I might be going too far, but honestly, bog standard
competitive Siege. I think both these teams are hopefully just going to play fundamentals of the current meta, which means Blitz and Clash.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually, yeah, come to think of it. I very much agree to that. And I do disagree to one thing. I think Maestro is still great on this map. I think it's, if anything, what? Okay. Yo. Okay, this is going to be one of those games again. Fine. You just, Azami gets shot, man. Why does, spawn peak probably, but Night Haven, yeah, there are some spawn peak locations and some lucrative spawn peak locations, but that is one of those maps. I feel as a defender, I don't feel safe enough to spawn peak because I think it's such a horizontal map that there's no verticality for the attacker to deal with when he's, you know, counter peeking. So the spawn peak is, oh my god, I'm speaking yet there are kills happening and none of them by bullet, and I like it. So people are getting shot, but at the same time finished off by a couple of nades, and the shield just pops out. Okay, shiatsu massages for everybody. This guy is gonna massage your brain until you become Harley Quinn from the DC universe, and that's mostly gonna be how this turns out. Let's see. Is there anything more to do here? Is there any more aggression to come out? Why? This side is dead for all intents and purposes. I hope they treat it as such, because this Clash is not going to let them. You don't have many grenades or something to like just bait it out, and I hope they don't do anything stupid just trying to go in here. So there are other places. What are the other places here?
Oh. Okay. A little concerning there. Nolf taking a bit of damage both to the fire and to a player. Pushing him. Hello. Like, how is Gabe allowed inside the building? He just kills the mute. Why does he do this? How is he allowed to just push up on the Clash like this? Yes, she must have been EMP, but what in the world was that? And he was able to get a kill. Gabe with another Detrix on a triple with this Blackbeard, this shield doing a big amount of work. So it's only down to Lumi. He's got 40 seconds to try and deal with this. Diffuser just now recovered by Gabe, who had to quickly leave the site to go and recover this. A drone comes out. Detrix spots the player. They know where he is. And he's still got the shield to work with. C4 comes out, does damage to Gabe, but doesn't quite connect. Lamine finds the first. He only has to find the Blackbeard, who's doing 360s for some reason. And now that timer starts ticking lower, he has to try and go for the swing. Here comes the first engagement. Both trade a bullet. Back and forth we go. More damage, more fights. Detrix tries to get to cover. Now here comes the push from Demira. She's a bit slow on the approach. And Detrix is finally able to close it out. Project XY win the first round. Very, very messy execute. What in the world was going on in that mid-round?
Well, I'll tell you what was going on.
My brain cells are rapidly evaporating.
You know, your brain cells are not the only ones that are evaporating. It is actually Project XY with the missing brain cells, because they picked a Blackbeard. And they picked it again. So now...
Detrix is committing to it.
Okay, you know what? As I said, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. But it didn't work. All your shields got blown off and you just won at 1v1. I mean, I don't like this. Project XY needs to be a bit more, like, I guess, scrupulous when it comes to how they're entering this place. And they entered, like, maybe all these teams just understand high risk and low reward. And I think that's how they kind of get off playing this. Because you rush a Clash, and plus there's one person just waiting for you to like cross the door, and he gets shot, and the Clash does nothing, and it's just running all over the place. The Clash, you just have to run away. I've never ever seen this happen, but I've seen this happen here, and maybe I'll see something like this happen again. The Clash is still around, and there is no opening frag. The Azami is alive this time, so Wisteria, not really unfortunate that way, but that could change. There's a Maverick. He's going to be looking for a couple of peaks here, making small holes which are completely inconspicuous. And maybe this Blackbeard is absolutely one of those MVP comfort pick operators that they're banking on. You know, maybe a Blackbeard is, you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And that could essentially be what it is.
It could be a difference of perspective. Maybe behind that little piece of saran wrap that he has attached to his shield, the world looks a lot better. Maybe that's just it. Because you know, you can't really fault him for playing the Blackbeard. In the previous round, both his shields were used up, so he might have dodged a bullet or two that would have connected with his head. So once again, if it's stupid and it works, maybe it's not stupid.
Absolutely, but you know, there's an age-old solution for dealing with Blackbeard. Don't hit him on the head. And usually that works, as it works the other way for, well, for Gabe, he gets shot in the head. And yeah, okay, a grenade kill. So we have, I think today we have seen every different ordnance kill happen. We've seen a C4 kill, we've seen a Capcan trap kill, now we've seen a grenade kill. What remaining? An impact grenade kill? Is that going to happen?
We're still missing that. Might be able to, you know, if anybody has any in pocket, not in this round at the very least, as both were already used up as the Azami's dead, but maybe in one of the next rounds, maybe to finish off a player that's already been put to the floor.
Whoa.
We'll have to wait and see. Neos does find a pick onto Ivan, so that's now man advantage for Wisteria, and they're under a decent bit of phantom pressure from down below. They're a bit worried they might get challenged from down low, but Nolf at the moment is just sitting quite passive with his Clash shield as one of his teammates dies because for some reason they're in front of the Clash instead of behind her.
What? Okay. Okay. All right. Let's hold up. 3 versus 1. This is happening, and it's again a Blackbeard versus the world. And there are holes here that even you may not know about. This Maverick has been, you know, making holes all over the place, and he may not be able to inform his team, but the other team may be, okay, the Shiatsu is coming up. Finally, the massage therapy, it's working, and the C4 just goes over the and the shield! It's on the shield, bro! What are you doing? My god, one shield died. Shocked. He's just gonna die, and my god, I don't want to see Siege anymore.
Okay, well, that shield didn't save him. It wasn't going to save him. And all right. What a start. I said we're going to see box standard Siege, but I didn't think it was going to be this messy. I thought you guys were going to clean this up a little more for us. Instead, we have Wisteria and Project XY just throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. Like, this is a 5v5 inside of IT room. That's what we've played so far. This entire round has just been a 5v5 on IT catwalk. We've played nowhere else.
While it is refreshing, I feel like it is also refreshing to see people still throwing C4s at a Clash field from behind. And hey, you know, life is full of those small pleasures and little things, and that's what makes this game so fun. Like this mute on top near a very, very weird place. Again, in the same. This guy, either this is like a 400 IQ play, or I'm like, I'm really missing something. I don't know. Maybe you don't want the drones to cross this place like at all, or like what?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it is drone denial for the most part. They're playing a mute Mozzie combo, so they're just trying to get out on a roam, not get themselves droned. Yeah, and the problem is just I don't really know if we're committing to the utility in the right places. As a fairly standard play, this is the Glass and Maverick combo. I think fairly common. Seen this a few times in ranked before. But at the moment, nobody exposing themselves to it. I think read into it perfectly. Nolf nearly reversing that angle. Blunted has to be careful that he doesn't get himself caught out by this. And Project XY is doing very standard stuff. So standard that Wisteria is reading into it perfectly. So at the moment, we once again just kind of have a standoff where both teams just, I don't know, maybe the legs are a little weak today. These guys don't really like moving around too much. They're basically just taking a gunfight wherever they happen to stand.
I like that they never use the sprint button either. This is no one likes sprinting in this place. People are just crab walking all over this place, and you know, you notice things. I think it's too late in the day to like.
Yeah, maybe they've waited too long. Like, but you know, I think we had too long of a break, the two of us, to be taking this game seriously. I honestly think that both of these teams may be too long of a break as well. Maybe you should have fitted them into a different time slot because at the moment they don't seem to be at peak performance. I hope this isn't their peak performance. Once again, I'm being a little harsh, but it's been a long day on this broadcast. I don't know. It's just. Give me something where I can commend you for it. Just give me anything I can compliment you on, guys. Anything.
Here's something. No one has died yet.
that's great for Wisteria. They haven't exposed themselves anywhere unnecessarily, I guess. The problem is that XY haven't really been giving them too much pressure either, so kind of down to them. There's now an execute coming in. Everybody's just, once again, they love these small rooms. They're just, everyone's stacking up. Now the utility's coming out. They're throwing this. Here comes the execute.
Attackers have recovered their
This is like a goddamn Looney Tunes show, man. I mean, this guy's throwing, chucking nades everywhere, chucking C4s, and suddenly you just peek this very, very wide place and 4 versus 1 just like that. You're just dropping it down, and Wisteria, they just secured this place, and 2 C4 kills in 1 round. It is looking more and more like complete wipeout, and Wisteria takes round 3.
I think Project XY here are just not taking enough space. I think that's the difficulty that they have here. They sit outside the building for 2.5 minutes, then they get into one room, and from there they try to execute into the bomb site. And while they're executing, they're not pushing into the site. They're just kind of planting in the doorway. They're like, guys, don't mind us. We're not going to take up too much of your space and time. We'll just try and plant in this corner. Please just don't mind us for a second here. That's not going to work. I'm sorry to tell you, you can't negotiate with your opponents. They're trying to win.
attackers have located a bomb.
I'm thinking, if, right, so they have picked a Solace, and I'm really happy. I'm finally seeing a Solace. The whole day, I've not seen a Solace enough, and the amount of
We've seen one on
information
Consulate.
yeah, but that was only for like 2 rounds. It was,
Sure.
yeah.
There's only 1 round here.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, for an operator of that caliber, for it to not be banned and still not picked. I mean, I've not seen a Fenrir, man. Have you seen a Fenrir today? I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think so. Not very prevalent, but have seen him once or twice. I mean, both of these operators have been nerfed recently, so it makes sense that
are
they wouldn't be
nerfed
brought
that
out.
much that they are not played at all? Like,
Well, I mean, Fenrir lost access to like 1 gadget to be active at the same time. That's reworked, and Solus really isn't all that useful anymore now that she can't scan in prep phase. It doesn't matter how powerful they make her gadget. Her main like incentive came from drone hunting in prep phase.
that's a good point. Yeah, actually, I remember Solace from the good old days, where if you play it in casual matchmaking, you just lose all your drones anyway. So, because you never ban it. You can't ban anything, and there's a Solace in every game. But not this time. Project XY, they get 1 on the mirror. They get a drop on the mirror. And I don't know, this Jackal may be working for them quite a lot. Wow! Whoa, what the hell, man? This bandit is running away. Like, this was some cat and mouse kind of thing here. And he just looked in their eyes and okay, 2 people are down needing medical attention. Both of them have been forcibly departed from this world. And
There's your Solus.
yeah. See, I told you. This guy, SMG is nothing to be scoffed at. And, well, that SMG is going to be much more useful now that everything's coming into close quarters. People are just making the way into QS. No matter how much IT play these guys want to play, eventually it's going to turn in. And 3 versus 3, okay, so this is getting weird. I thought they were positionally much superior, Wisteria, but this is dropping like flies, and suddenly Lamin with a triple kill. People are getting picked off, not in the usual spots, but in the weird spots. Like, you know, usually you get a trade like this. A trade happens back to back in the same position that the last fight happened, but here, like, there are 3 individual fights happening in 3 different sides, and there are people dying opposite sides. Like, there's never equal amount of people alive. It's so weird. It's breaking my head right now. The way these guys are playing, they're playing like they're all roamers, but they want to in the end group up.
Including the attackers, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, everyone is a roamer.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
And it's throwing me off because I don't know what to say. Oh yeah, what a great maneuver. Oh, not a great maneuver. What a shot. Maybe yes, but that's because people are just peeking angles they're not supposed to peek.
Let me have a look at you, capullos.
I mean,
Okay,
2
I mean,
weird
great.
things, if you don't mind, about that previous round. It's the first thing is I feel like the story of today is just attackers trying to flank, trying to pinch, and then getting outflanked and outpinched. Like, they get themselves into a position to try and, you know, just pinch into this bandit to try and kill him on top floor, and instead they get flanked and put into a pinch between the Azami and the Solas. So I'm just, like, I'm wondering what's going on with the attack today, why they're just being outmaneuvered so heavily by the defenders. Why is there so much map control for the defenders in these matches that we're seeing today? This is way too much. Like, the attackers are not taking enough space. They're way too fleeting around the map, like a little ghost floating around. They don't really want to have control of anything, it seems. That's really coming back to bite them. And the second thing is, at the end there, in that 2v3, like, on top floor, there was a perfect square of players at one point. It's like, opposite each other was teammates, and next to each other was opponents. It was a perfect square. It was beautiful. I don't know why. I don't know why you would position yourself like that. It was essentially like both player couples were trying to pinch each other. And what ended up happening is they all fought nobody in the center. Like, is there a secret third opponent that I don't know about? What is this 4-man stack of it?
I'll tell you what it is, reappearance. I think it is general, I was going to say some word, but it's general, just pub game. You're playing a pub game right now. Hey
right,
guys,
so we're tricking the wall. We tricked the wrong side of the wall. The wall's open. And now Ivan's just gonna sit here and not push. Because there's a clash and now he gets C4'd!
Oh my god.
Project XY make a hole in the wall to just sit in the same position that they sit in every time on this top floor attack, which is just IT and Raptors. They do not want to contest anything else. Now the Clash turns her back onto an open wall and dies.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands. No matter what reappearance is speaking, this game is full of back-to-back, completely calculated moves, which has brought us into this wild side of gameplay. And we are here looking at people at a sliver of health, taking engagements they have no business taking and winning them. And this is what I'm talking about. This ace is 6 health, and this guy's still itching to peak. I love this, because you know what? It's either there or nowhere. That's how you're supposed to play this game. You know why? Because I am a silver player, never is going to be diamond. Hopefully, this guy gets something done here. 1 versus 2. 90 health and 1 person on life support. Yeah, that's going to work. Wisteria.
There's a player on the floor crawling around. He can feed you live information on the last guy. Why are you just, like, standing on rafters? I don't understand. This match so far has just been Project XY wanting to, for no particular reason whatsoever, take specific control of a part of the map that isn't really all that important for the round. And then Wisteria making a blunder, to which XY respond with an even heavier blunder.
Attackers need to locate and
this is a troll off. We're trolling.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Stay clear. Yes, that's what it is. People, I think, you know what? They're clowning on everybody who's staying up this late to watch this game. They're just gonna play this like, you know, the first two. This game has no business being this quick. And mind you, okay, I'm not jinxing it. I'm already touching wood, so I'm gonna touch wood. There's no crashes yet. There's no one leaving the game yet. And this may be the first game of the day where we see this game end without anything dropping.
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely knock on wood for that. I'm hoping that we get to see a smooth experience for once, even if it is not maybe in the best match of the day, because honestly, if I call back to the previous map, I think that one was exciting, you know? It was quite a different playstyle, but there was something to see. In this one, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about XY. I don't know what to tell you about Wisteria. But both of these teams so far just kind of haven't impressed me. I don't know what we're doing yet. Like, Lamine is hitting shots, and I think that's the one thing. Like, it's Gabe finding opening picks that he has no business finding, and it's Lamine hitting some nice shots. I think that's all I can say for now. Everything else has just been questionable. Look at this, Neo, Just peek, swing. It's a free kill. Please, for the love of God, no. He waits too long. He gets himself flashed, and he somehow finds the knife.
Oh my god.
How does Gabe die there? That is the most mysterious death in the history of Rainbow Six Siege deaths. This needs to be investigated by this needs to be investigated by the crime department. What happened?
I'm too stunned to speak right now. I repeat, I have never seen this happen. Never seen a blitz die in a flash he threw. So, apart from that, I think that was for nothing because it got equalized later anyway. Killed 2 people. This visual goes down, so does the meta. And now there's just one Mozzie, a Capcan, and a Bandit roaming around this whole place. Now, mind you, Bandit quite a fast operator. On the other side, not so much. Ash just gets bombed completely. And by the virtue of getting bombed, there's a hole in that place, and they've located the bombs through that. So that's quite the irony. But you know, it's fine. 3 versus 1. Ace. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna throw this one back to Wisteria? You know, 5-1, change it into defense and hope for the best? Yeah, 2 versus 1, possible. If they keep taking engagements which are completely single peaked, I think this
I love how Detrix is now just looking at the floor. He's expecting everyone to be prone. I don't know if he heard YM go prone. He definitely seems to be staring at that. But like, he takes one engagement and immediately starts scanning the floor inside of the bombs. I don't know what's going on.
I think he saw like a pixel move or something like that. So I think he just got a bit spooked. But yeah, this is it. 1 game away from game point. And this is the first round shift. So Wisteria for the first time in this game, on the precipice of a game point, playing on the attack side for the first time. So yeah, they literally have done the same lineup. My God, these guys are what?
This is a mirror match. Are we just like? There's 5 people in the server, twice. It's not 10. It's 5 people twice.
Different. The Doc's different. The only different operator in this whole thing is Doc. That's it.
Yeah, but Detrix played Blackbeard on attack.
Yeah, so he's a
Detrix is just Detrix.
Anyway, yeah. Is that the plan? There's no one on first floor? Someone needs to. Oh yeah.
Arc. Is Arc's not gonna trick? I guess he's just. No, is he going back up? I don't know what he's doing. He might just be like drone hunting in prep phase. I assume because Ivan needs to put his Kibas down at the end of prep phase. I would assume he has one that he wants to put down inside a side. I'm not sure about the setup so far, but I mean, hey, it's been working for Wisteria. We'll have to wait and see how it works on the half switch. So far, XY's attacks are thoroughly unimpressive. The question is, are Wisteria able to do more of the same, or are we gonna have a quick game here? Are Wisteria finally able to put together something coherent, which is what we have not yet seen out of Project XY. Got about a minute burned off the clock, no, 40 seconds rather, and YM is almost dead. He finds himself at the hands of a very default C4 outside of that electrical window, down to 15 HP. But hey, at the very least, he's still alive, you know? That's still a gun that can shoot, and doesn't matter how many HP he has. Glass cannon.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think this is, you know, the bleed mechanic being missing from most FPS games, kind of, it makes this so much more interesting, because while they can be shot, they can be killed in one shot, them being alive is no different than them being alive with full health if they take good engagements. It's literally no different. There's nothing that has changed right now, apart from the fact that he can die in one bullet. But if he never gets shot, he'll never die. And he's as good. It's as good as 5 versus 5. The beauty of this, he may just be lost. Okay. Nice place. Dropped it out, and people are losing health, but I don't see anything really happening. It's 1 minute 15 seconds now. Depends, and this guy's just remodeling the place. I don't know.
Is this gonna be a Maverick trick? You have a third, like, just poke a hole in the bottom. No.
He got killed.
No.
That-
Okay, the moment the wall gets softened up, I can't believe they got the wall soft this quickly, but Arx is there to immediately
C4.
punish it, and he gets himself a second, almost a third, as Nolf is able to punish. Should be able to try and recover his teammate, but it could be too little too late, as he finds himself effectively in a 1v4 at the moment. Takes that pickup, expecting a swing from Blunted to come through, but Blunted is patient. He's just sitting around in the doorway. He goes prone once again. They love their prone. But it won't work out for him this time, as Nolf is able to find the first pickup.
And my god, this Nomad
Bomb
is
located by
literally
attacker.
immortal. And let me tell you one thing, this could be quite ironic. He was
More
on
health than
15
before,
health.
by the way.
Yeah, he has more health than before. While he basically came back from, he's undead. That's like 5 more health than he was supposed to have in God.
10 seconds
So
left.
okay, impact grenade, instantly game, he kills 2. Yeah, fine. Everything was ticking down, everything was ramping up, but then it was as anticlimactic as well it was going to be.
I guess this is just gonna be a messy defensive-sided Nighthaven. I guess that's just what we're looking at. Like the quality of siege here is not impressive. Other than that Maverick trick, my goodness, that was really quick. The fact that he was able to soften up that wall was great. The problem is the circumstance under which to make that wall soft is the worst you could ever pick, because you have 3 people in there. Why would you make the wall soft for the enemy to shoot at you? Like, just poke a hole through the wall somewhere, shoot the bandit charge, and then blow it up with an exothermic when you have like enough distance to it. Why make it soft? You don't have a soft breacher. What is the point of making it soft? Now you can't go through it, and you can't open it with thermite, because the moment you put the exothermic down, it's just gonna get shot.
The Maverick was posing in such an aggressive. He was rappelling upside down, and he was, he was making those angles. He was waiting for that one breach that maybe he would get. Oh, I'm gonna get like the sneaky kill.
5 seconds to
And
insertion.
yeah, they just completely blew up on it. They softened the
Attackers
wall
must
and they
locate
just
and
walked
defuse
in
the bomb.
with the Maverick. I mean, fine, whatever. Anything that works. Well, it didn't work, so. Wisteria, 5 for 2. Lost 1 round. No real dearth in advantage for them. They can still play this out. They just have to be a bit more methodical, not lose those kills. And they're against this super defensive liner. Like Project XY really doubling down on the defensive capabilities. Like there's an Azami, there's an Echo, there's a Mav, and like there's a visual to just roam, there's a mute to roam. So this is going to be quite a balanced lineup from Project XY, and I'm optimistic. I think this lineup itself kind of instills a confidence in me that maybe Project XY is on the right path to make the right decisions.
I mean, I did point out, the defensive side is very starved for information because of the Valkyrie ban, but they've circumvented that beautifully with these 2 operator picks, the Echo and the Maestro. The counter from Wisteria seems to be an aggressive approach onto Pillar before completely stalling out and then doing nothing, as Lamine is able to get 1 kill from the breach. He's looking for an opportunity to maybe push himself in, but here comes the C4. Shot out of midair. That's not going to happen. And now Priv is waiting for an opportunity to get this Maestro. He's able to push in, able to get him. That's a double for Lamine from outside the building as well. Now they have side control. This is big. This might be match point for Wisteria.
And they just rectified every single mistake they ever did. And suddenly their execution was flawless. And while I was complimenting the defensive side on the lineup, these guys, nothing to scoff at. Finally, the Maverick really breaching the walls that needed to be breached, and plus the Blitz being super effective. I haven't seen a Blitz today be that effective, and especially in this game, that the Blitz got knifed himself after that flash. So, yeah.
we don't talk about that Blitz play from Gabe.
I mean, he made up for it, right? That's what I mean. I mean that he made up for it. He finally made that space. They're at match point, and this, what? For all the fun we're making, these guys are probably, out of all the 3 games, these guys are the fastest ones to probably close it out.
Yeah, I think that is, once again, I mean, I commented on it on the attacking half of Project XY. I think that is also down to just Project XY. I think it is down to their opponents. But the fact that Wisteria, I think they might have just been slow to warm up into this game, because like I said, Lamine has been fragging out of his mind. I mean, he's 12-3 at the moment. He's absolutely great. He's done a great job, especially on this Maverick. He's been very good in getting kills. He's opened the walls quickly and effectively. He's not gotten himself killed a lot, like the Maverick on the side of Project XY during the first half.
So he really brings everything to the table, both on defense and attack. And he's really carrying Wisteria through this, but they're now starting to carry their own weight. They're warming up into this, and I think that they might just be a team that isn't favored in BO1s because they're a little slow to warm up. And despite being slow in their warm-up, they still ended the first half 5-1. So, once again, that comes down to XY a little, but I think that Wisteria, probably at the very least, middle of the pack team, a team that we should definitely continue looking out for, and XY need to go back to the drawing board. I'm sorry, but like, what we're doing currently is, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this.
You guys are picking alibi. I think nobody knows what the hell is going on. And yeah, you have a response by Fuse. I love this operator pick actually. First time we're seeing this today. Again, like these operators, when you see them sometimes, and especially when you have played them in pubs so many times, their effectiveness is quite many times hampered because you don't know how to play with them. But if a person, this hole could work, I guess. Oh, he's just making more and he just pops it out. He gets, okay, he gets a down on the Thermite. So not exactly dead, but that's quite significant. And mind you, that was all because of that Maverick's doing. If that Maverick wasn't like completely opening it up, that could have not been a C4.
I'm so sorry. There's a kite on the board, okay? It's not banned out. You can play it. And XY is bringing it.
Yeah.
Wisteria are trying to get this wall open. Using... Oh, no.
Oh
no.
my god, double kill by a C4.
They're trying to get this wall open, using a Maverick to shoot the Bandit wires, which are not there because Bandit is not even being picked by XY, and they're bringing a Fuse to try and clear utility off the wall. Bring an IQ, bring a goddamn Thatcher or something. Just like, it's so easy to open the wall if you have 2 Heartbreachers and a Thatcher. Nobody can counter that, not the Bandit, not the Kite. Just 1 Thatcher, 2 Heartbreachers, open the wall. Why do you make this so difficult for yourself? I know that Lamine is good on the Maverick and he probably likes the gun, but just like play Striker or something.
I was just gonna say Striker actually, apart from all these things. I was just take a Striker and be done with it. But you know what? Maybe, yeah, the comfort pick fever is quite a bit high here. The Maverick gun, undeniably, one of the better guns in the game. One of the best guns in the game. And yeah, it's not helped them as much as it did last round. But they've again whittled it down to 3 versus 2. See, even with that huge amount of advantage, that double C4 kill, it just seems to be that Project XY is not that far away from throwing it away. And like fine, the Legion is picking everybody, and now it's a triple kill. This guy, YM2K, he is picking everything up. And now the future is going down 9 seconds. This is it. Looking like Project XY will be pushed out of this place.
You're kidding
1
me.
versus 1. Ivan okay gets 2. And okay, 1 versus 1. Defenders have won the round by dropping a diffuser.
Project XY get a double kill with the C4s, then decide to fold under no pressure of Wisteria and just peek nothing and die. And then Wisteria are in a 3v1 to try and execute onto the bomb site with plenty of cover for the diffuser to try and go down. Both fall to Ivan, both die. He's able to win a 1v3 clutch. Like, that was the most horrendous performance from both teams. I take the compliments about Wisteria back. What the hell was that 3v1? What are you doing? Why is Ivan allowed to win this?
I won't blame them entirely for this because I think at this plant situation, you kind of they just bunched up. I think they just wanted to, you know, you're in a hurry and you just stand where you are and you just like come on, and you just hurry it with your head and not really with your fingers on the keyboard. So your operators didn't move. You just got shot in a row, and yeah, it was unfortunate. And the one person that was supposed to be maybe covering the diffuser, if it got dropped to replant it, that person was way across the room somewhere else. And yeah, they just got outplayed in the last moment. Everything else, I mean, they really recovered very well, especially from the first couple of C4 kills. But I'm glad. Okay, fine. You know what? They're running a Blitz and a Lion, and I already like it. They're looking to really close it out. They're in a hurry, you know, the appearance. I think they're in a hurry.
Yeah, they've got places to be.
Yeah, these guys are really putting the pedal to the metal here. And these guys, I have to commend it. I like it. This is the speed at which you need to play. The Flores He's just going to make some space while the Maverick does some peeking, but the rest of them just run in. And my God, that space created by Flores may just be the catalyst to what could possibly happen here.
I can tell the communication here must be great. Lamine is sitting on this wall, waiting for somebody to rotate over to hold the holes that he's going to make. So I do like that there is communication. I can see it happening in live time. The problem is I can, like, watch it. You know, I can follow it along for like 20, 30 seconds. That is too slow. As the blitz goes in quick, he gets punished. And there's quite a big trade game going through here in the mid-round as a lot of people die all at the same time. And the Doc might be able to stim himself, but he won't be able to escape the DMRs, who ultimately still take him down. Regardless how much health you have, those DMRs do pack a punch, and with 20 bullets in the mag, you're not going to out-heal that.
Yeah, not looking likely. And, I mean, without the Doc, while, I mean, the Doc is great, but I have to say that Project XY, yeah, see, they just seem to be dropping anyways. I think the Doc, for him to save people, they need to be, like, at least surviving some of those shots. But not many low health operators on Project XY. And, yeah, they're not taking the risks. I mean, with a Doc on your team, you need to have like a back-to-back trade mechanic kind of going, you know, like two people just roam around the place, trying to take trades. If one of you goes down, the other person picks up a trade, and maybe you just, you know, you get picked up by Doc later, and you retain the amount of retain the amount of God, I'm losing words right now. Retain the amount of bodies you have. God, that was hard to come up. But yeah, difficult yet not impossible is what the motto would be right now. And Maverick's ticking down. He's not slowing. He's slowing the bleeding now, and he's picked up 20 health. 3 versus 2. Let's see what. Okay, that's a clean shot right now. I'm very impressed. That was a beautiful shot by Bluntly. And the Capcan showing more and more. This guy, even if his traps haven't really hit the mark, he has hit the mark with the shots. One more double kill for Blunted, and that's 1 versus 2. Suddenly, Maverick is completely all alone here, and that's another win for the defenders.
It's like, guys, Wisteria, you have 3 players. Okay, it took you way too long to recover Lamine, but you ultimately did, right? You have like 30 seconds. You're all on the same side. Send someone to Aqua. Try to go for a pinch. Lamine has 2 drones. They're out on the field somewhere. The Lion had a drone. I don't know if somebody else had a drone, but they had 6 drones left in total. You have 30 seconds. Quickly throw in a drone. See if you can find where one of those players is. And then try to push into the building from somewhere that isn't Rafters IT, please. Like, this is exactly what XY was doing. Just pushing in from Rafters IT every single time. Why?
And I think IT has been the main point of contention for like most of the game. I mean,
Bomb located by attackers.
Not surprised. It's. Oh wait, it's happened. It's happened. Okay, that the crash has finally happened, my friend. As is
It wasn't the
tradition
crash.
for every game.
I can explain to you what just happened. And it's honestly, with these 2 teams, not surprising. I'm not surprised anymore. This wasn't a crash. We're going into another rehost, but this is not a tech issue. One of the players accidentally picked Skopos. The new operator is currently quarantined. You're not allowed to play that. They said random pick. They're calling a rehost. They are allowed 1 rehost a map. They're kind of wasting their rehost on a very fixable issue. But you're playing comp. Please, when you're in the operator pick phase, be tabbed into the game and click on an operator. Like, it's not that difficult. Surely you have like a strat, or at least an operator that you want to play, or somebody, like maybe the IGL tells you to play something. Like, just pick something. Please. Well, we know who's playing Skopos in ranked because the random pick decided to give him Skopos. It does that based on priority of how much you play it. So
I'm loving this right now. By the way,
Yeah.
your parents.
yeah,
I think
it's great. I'm enjoying this. I'm having so much fun right now. You have no idea.
Because the best part was I really like, I think I left my eyes like left the monitor for a second. I was like, oh, it's a rehost. Okay, back to the cams, and you just had that look on your face. No, I know what it's for.
Yeah,
I know what the
what happened.
But what a way to have the final game reappearance. I think
Stretched out unnecessarily. This could have been over if Wisteria was just able to like convert a 3v1 plant. You know,
if they would have converted a 3v1 plant, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be here, my friend, and we wouldn't be enjoying this beautiful game so much. We wouldn't have seen the Scopus rehost. We wouldn't have seen the C4 double kill. We wouldn't have seen the plant death, three-man plant death in one go. We wouldn't have seen any of that. And I was missing. Hell, we wouldn't have seen, no, we already saw it, but the Blitz getting knifed in his own flash. That was the highlight of my day. Never seen it in my life.
the thing is, it came as a follow-up to Neo absolutely fumbling a free kill on the Blitz, right? All he had to do was just swing, like, you know, just take one step to the right, and it would have been a free kill onto a Blitz that was, like, they had info on this Blitz. They knew he was there because there was a player in, like, I don't know what that room's called, like, lounge or games room or something like that. One of the defenders must have told Neo, hey, there's a Blitz in that hallway. All Neo needed to do was take a step to the right, shoot the guy in the head. Your crosshair placement was perfect. You were just hesitating too much. And so Neo gets punished for this hesitation by a Blitz staring him down, flashing him, running up to him, trying to kill him. And Neo wins. He just knifes the guy through a shield flash. Sure. Yeah, whatever. This makes sense. That's how it was supposed to go. This was a merit kill. This was a kill based on merit. You deserve this one. You worked really hard for it. I don't know about this matchup. I don't know about you, Necros, but this matchup's it's a doozy.
Speaking of doozies, it's 2:45 a.m. here. I'll tell you something about doozies, my friend. If anything, this is killing my sleep right now. I'm feeling more awake than ever. I'm feeling freaking wired right now, man. Like, you know, what else is okay? Think about it this way. What else could they do? Because they've already done some things that we've never seen teams do in general. What else could they do? Is
just start playing strat roulette at this point. Like, just...
yeah, there you go. Now you're thinking. Now you have your thinking cap on reappearance. Now,
okay, everybody pick shield operators. We're gonna prone. It's called the turtle strat.
My God,
Next round, everybody stay AFK in prep phase. Nobody drone. Like, we're just like spin the wheel.
Yeah,
Call the strat.
I'm up for no drones. You know what I'm up for? Actually, you know that they used to run this in like year one because people didn't know how to play Siege, and they would run behind each other in like a long line, and you would have a shield operator in front, and you would have like a couple of defensive ones in the back. So basically, what you do is you get a sense, right, and you throw a wall straight, and you just run back to back.
Sounds like a great idea. At this point, I wouldn't put it past these guys. If they can figure out how to click on sense, because apparently they're struggling to click on operators in the pick phase. All right. Well, we're back into the game. We got the rehost underway. There was no tech issue, so everyone got into the lobby fairly quickly. And I think the settings are wrong. Is it right? Is it supposed to be 6-3?
No, it's not.
Well, we can fix that without having to rehost. We'll quickly just we'll show us. We're about to witness one of the greatest rounds ever. You guys are not going to see it, but just trust us. It's going to be great.
Absolutely.
It's just going to be amazing.
I'm feeling it right now. I hear the gunshots in my head. Like boom, 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 No, actually, I don't hear
Maybe-
gunshots.
maybe they
What I
should
hear
just
is impact
recreate-
grenade kills.
Yeah, just recreate the previous round. Give us an impact nade kill.
Mm.
The guys are going downstairs. They're being called to go top.
Mm.
They
Yes.
can't.
The crystal
They
ball.
can't go top because it's still locked.
No, it's not locked. Remember, the Maverick was opening it up, but you breached it anyway. So
yeah.
yeah, man. Yeah, that happened, and that is what happened, guys. So this is revisionism 101. Forget what you thought happened. This is what happened, and 3 people were killed by impact grenades. Okay, separate impact grenades. Obviously, we don't think Ubisoft has buffed it so much, but separate ones, and we are here. I feel sometimes, repairs, that I think existentialism and like crisis in general about like life.
Enlighten me, please, with your wisdom.
Have you thought we are here casting R6, and like I'm not gonna ask you like some tacky question what's the meaning of life, because what's the point?
42.
Right?
The answer is 42.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I forgot. You guys have, you guys have already cracked the code. So, see, I was gonna say I'm not gonna bother asking what's the meaning of life, because what I'm concerned with right now is what is the meaning of picking an operator that you just could not have picked, and just avoided all of this from happening. And now, are we? Whoa! I see like homicides happening on the side screen right now. What the hell? Okay, so we just. Oh yeah. Okay, we're back to the game, guys. 6-4. Wisteria.
Woohoo. And I think by the way, I think the site lock, like when you win a site, you can't go to it for 2 rounds. I think that was set up wrong as well, but it got fixed because Project XY won the past 2 rounds on defense, and it was set in the wrong order. But they just went to the wrong bomb site this round, the round that we didn't see because they just very quickly, got that round done with, so that we don't have to rehost again. So now the site lock is correct. It's in the wrong order, but it's correct.
Yeah.
So they do have to go to kitchen. This is where they would have gone anyway. And we don't have Scopos. Blessed be. We have operators that are actually allowed to be played in the competitive format.
5 seconds to go.
Okay, so we have a Melusi. I am glad that we have a Melusi. I think, a Melusi ironically is going to be like super effective versus like Wisteria's super random kind of play. If they were not already all over the place, they're going to be more so now. And yeah, this Nomad, I like it. I mean, the lineups have always been legit from both the teams. None of it really seems so out of bounds that it's ridiculous. But the way these guys play, it's so like it's just different. And now, look, this Blitz, he's getting pings. So this could be, for the first time, I'm seeing like some proper like information gathering and some probably patient play here. Castle holding this long ACOG angle. I don't know. Okay, but nade straight on him, pushes him out, takes no damage, but no one to peek him either. But at the same time, YM2K gets 1 kill. Castle goes down. No, 22 health, but very close. The Azami unfortunately does die. Everyone on the field is still very healthy. But the Ram lawnmower goes out straight outside, and I mean, good play as of now. Very, very patient. I like this play from Wisteria. They're really taking the time and taking the angles that they're supposed to take and not taking risky maneuvers.
Okay, other than the Blitz maybe ADSing a bit too much and giving some opportunities for some headshots, I think so far this was pretty decent by both sides. Wisteria are good on the approach. They took vertical control And they did it in a very thoughtful manner. We were able to flush out Detrix, did a lot of damage to Blunted and Arxie, which both had to get healed up, so that's some of the dock stems out of the way. It's a good counterplay from XY though, because they wasted a decent chunk of time. They lost one player, but they were able to heal up the castle, so that damage has been negated. Now they can just try to focus on defending the site itself. As here comes the vault through, the Blitz is looking the wrong way, he gets himself in, the Flashbang comes out, Blunted somehow wins it. He does get traded by Neos, who's now inside of the site. And with 45 seconds, Wisteria are now in a position to potentially execute. The problem is there's nobody with this execute. It's only the Ram. And now Neos to try and cover on this cross.
It's gonna be enough, I think. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1. Neos, he just gets 2 people. And I think that kind of worked for them, right? I mean, weirdly enough, even if he was completely all alone there, that was just what they intended. The Nomad was right there to see the angle. There is no way that a 50 health Venusi gets anything, but it is Gabe, so we can look for something here, but that's gonna be it. Finally, they take this game out. GG's to Wisteria. Not the fastest anymore. I thought it was going to be the fastest. It's probably the same kind of score line that was with the earlier games. So 7-4 yet again. And
Yep.
wow, that's something. What do you have to say, by the way? The last one, I think it was a refreshing round after so many.
Yeah. I'm quite surprised by that, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe they should pick Scopus and rehost more often. Because after this very, very messy game, we got a last round that was well put together and well thought out by both teams. Like, XY lost that round because I think ultimately Neos on the cover was good, and he was able to sit in the right position, cover at the right time, and that double kill, that 2-piece was able to chain it together to ultimately close out the round. But that aside, I think that both teams did a really good job in this round of both XY defending space and Wisteria working together to try and take that space away from them, to try and clear utility, to then play vert, to then get into the site, punish the player that's playing inside a kitchen, go for a plant, cover it from a long angle on the cutoff. Well played. It was the one round that looked like actual competitive Siege from, like bog standard comp Siege with let's drone where they are, let's adapt to what they're doing, let's play fundamentals. That is the first time in that entire matchup that we saw it. I thought we were going to see it the whole game. It ended up being only one round, but hey, one round is better than none.
Hey, you know what? It is how it is, man. And I think I'm good. See, they showed us everything. They showed methodical siege. They showed crazy run in and die siege. They showed run in and kill siege. And they also showed run in and get knifed by the person you flashed siege. So
it was entertainment all around. Good job.
absolutely. A very well-rounded game.
Yeah. XY, maybe next time, once again, I feel like XY have a lot to work on. I feel like Wisteria just need to focus on making sure that everything clicks and that they don't get ahead of themselves, because I feel like the fundamentals are there. They just need to work on that a little bit. So ultimately, with that last round, it leaves a completely different taste. It leaves a completely different aftertaste for this game. I thought this was going to be a complete mess, but that last round, it was coherent. It made sense. It was just comp siege, and Wisteria was the better team. So after all of that entertainment, they show us how it's actually supposed to be done, and they close out this game. And nobody's going to know, because the scoreline 7-4, the last round was okay. If you're not aware, if you didn't watch this game, you have no idea how messy it was.
Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, that's going to be it. But you know what? While you have said, you have obviously said Project XY needs to go back to the drawing board, which they do. I agree. But don't you think Wisteria really needs to work on some things? Like, I didn't. While they're so dominant, if they're Project XY, I have to say that they played much more troll-like than other teams we have seen till now. And even then, they brought it to 7-4. So is Wisteria probably, they should also deserve probably equal criticism as much as XY? One could make a case for that. I don't know.
Fair enough. I think once again, Wisteria is the better team, and they just looked like they did have the competitive edge over XY, because XY was stumbling over themselves.
even on the defensive half, even when they were given free advantages by Wisteria, they would still somehow find a way to almost mess it up. And I say almost because Ivan had to clutch big time, and it was a great individual play, but that has nothing to do with the team aspect of Siege. You're playing a 5v5. It's about the team game. It's about cohesion as a team. You can't be relying on Ivan to do this every round. And you see that in the scoreline, right? Wisteria was able to take the win
Absolutely.
because he can't do it every single time. And Gabe can't do it either, right? You need to be doing this together as a team. And I need to see more of that from XY. And for Wisteria, you want to give them critique for struggling against an opponent that was this weak, sure. But I think maybe it's also dealing with, in an unexpected way, with an opponent that is weaker than you thought. It could be that Wisteria overestimated their opponents and started making mistakes because they just misjudged XY. I feel like that could be a thing.
It could very well be. But I think that's enough lollygagging for now, reappearance.
Yeah,
I think
no more Wisteria XY. I don't.
more.
We'll
No
put this
more.
one aside. We'll move it
Shush.
onto the
Absolutely.
shelf. No more.
Yeah.
We'll call it
It
here.
didn't happen.
It wasn't real.
Yeah. But all jokes apart, huge congratulations to Wisteria. Great GG's, and GG's to Project XY for whatever improvements you have to make. I'm pretty sure you will make them, and we'll see you stronger the next time we see you. So here's to that. And with that, I think we have to take your leave because that's all we had for today. We'll have more tomorrow. So tune in at the same time, probably, right? Yeah, at the same time, tune in and we'll have more such crazy, completely mind boggling, barn burning games. And I'm ready for it. And I hope reappearance, I am, uh, you know, yet again graced by your presence tomorrow.
No, tomorrow I'll be busy, but you'll be casting with my very lovely co-caster. If you're there, if not, you can watch him. Puffo Bob, I love the guy to death.
Oh, yes.
He's the man who converted me to the religion of Boss G shotguns. It's not that he necessarily did that all by himself. I simply had to face reality because, I mean, when
But
T1 teams
how
start playing Boss
conversions
G
do
every other
happen.
round, yeah,
You have to
yeah,
face reality.
yeah, you have to face reality, and I think that's what I kind of did. So I'm eternally grateful for him. So if you get a chance to cast with him tomorrow, do give him my heartfelt thanks.
Absolutely.
He definitely deserves it. And it was a pleasure. It was a blast casting with you, Necros. I'm so happy I did this. For all the like complaining and the quote unquote raging that I do, it's all in good fun. Like I'm
Absolutely.
having so much fun with these teams doing what they're doing.
Shenanigans. Just shenanigans.
Yes, getting up to some weird antics, and it's a blast to watch. It's a blast to talk over. I hope I get more opportunities to cast with you in the future, Necros. And
Absolutely, man.
that's it
Here's
for the Division 2. So do stay tuned for tomorrow. I think there's a Div 2 game tomorrow. I don't know if that's casted though. I don't know. I'm not on production tomorrow. Don't ask me. Ask somebody else. As always, I am ignorant of the things that do not concern me. And with that, I think that's all from us today. So Necros, thank you once again very much for casting with me. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Absolument.